Thank you guys for joining our Krav Maga class.
If you guys are interested in learning any of the moves Owen taught us, make sure to check out our previous episodes.
Hello everyone, welcome to our Krav Maga class. I'm Oren Malul, I'm a Krav Maga and fitness expert, and today we're going to teach you guys some effective and practical self-defense moves. Okay guys, today's class, defense against chokes. Guys, today we're going to be handling not just one choke. We want to learn, as we want to always try to understand in Krav Maga, what are the principles? What is the map of getting out of a choke? Ida, what did you learn last class? You learned one technique, that someone was holding your arm, and what did you do? You went up, right? What is the principle behind it? You learned how to do it, but we didn't explain the principle. The principle was that you were pulling your arm against two of my thumbs, right? I was holding your arm very strong, but you went and grabbed your own arm, your own fist, and you went up against two of my thumbs. That means that you went with all of your body weights against
Your thumbs.
two thumbs. Now we have Avnei, who's gonna be choking me from the front. That's here. Okay, now I'm gonna show it one time, quick, and then we'll break it down. Avnei, choke. Here, I'm bringing my hands and going towards his
Thumbs.
again, thumbs. From here, I'm going explosive, boom, towards the outside, give a knee, a kick, and continue with more counterattacks. Right? But what was the first principle? Again, going on the thumbs. Why on the thumbs? The thumbs is any base of any grip, of any hold. When you hold, the thumb is the base. When you choke, the thumb is the base. A choke without a thumb is not a choke. Okay? There is no, try to choke me without the thumbs, without your thumbs, it's not a choke. It's not a choke anymore. The base of the choke is the thumbs. So what I do, I bring my hands towards the thumbs, and now I go explosive. So I can breathe. Boom. So again, I use all of my body strengths, explosiveness against two thumbs. Okay, Ida, let's give it a shot. Avnei, Ida, come here. Avnei, please try and choke Ida. First, put your hands slowly, and now you bring the hands from the outside on those thumbs, and now you go explosive towards the outside. Excellent. Try not to go too far away, just a tiny bit towards your chest. Ready? Excellent. Now let's use the same principles, and now we have a choke from the side. Ida, what do you think I would do here?
Also, you have to release his thumbs.
Where's the thumb? Here, right?
Yeah.
So I bring hand to the thumb again, and then I attack. Oh. Choke her. Same principle with the far hand towards the thumb. The other hand can help here. Excellent. Now choke her tight. Thumb. Yeah, tighter. Choke. Oh. A choke from the back. No, come from the back. Choke. Where would I go, Ida? Towards his fingers or towards backwards, so towards his thumbs?
The thumbs.
The thumbs, again, the same principle. One, and continue with counterattacks. Okay? Give a choke. Oh, boom. Right? So now, Ida, your turn again. From the back, choke. You're gonna go towards the thumbs and explosive down. Excellent. Now, when you go explosive down, you're also gonna go backward at the same time, diagonally backward. Ready? 3, 2, 1. Excellent. Now choke her tight on the thumbs. Excellent. So here we see actually what we handled. A choke from the front, boom, from the side, boom, and from the back. Yeah. That the same principles was over and over again. Use the thumbs. Excellent. So sometimes if there is a choke coming and you don't know how to handle it, always look for the
Thumbs.
thumbs. Thumbs up, guys. Good job. Thank you guys for joining our Krav Maga class.
If you guys are interested in learning any of the moves Owen taught us, make sure to check out our previous episodes.
Hello everyone, welcome to our Krav Maga class. I'm Oren Malul, I'm a Krav Maga and fitness expert, and today we're going to teach you guys some effective and practical self-defense moves. Welcome back guys to our Krav Maga class. Today we're going to continue from last episodes. We were handling chokes. Today we're continuing, and we're going to handle two chokes that have a little exception. Choke from the front with a push, and choke from the back with a push. Okay? Avner, choke. Now, here, what we learned last classes is a defense against a choke from the front with a push. Now, why, Ida, I cannot go towards the stump? You see that I did something different here? We learned last classes, every choke is always with a thumb. So what happened here? Right? Is it wrong? Here, first reaction, I'm trying to react with going towards the thumbs. The problem is that because he's pushing me, right, I don't have the same strength and explosiveness, right? Because he's pushing me using his momentum. And here I'm gonna have a very hard time to really release his choke when he's also pushing me and I'm off balance. And I'm gonna have a hard time. One, to release, and two, to throw a kick when I have to step backward. So the principle of today, anytime when someone is pushing you, you do rotation. You rotate and you break his motion, his momentum with rotation. I want you to learn from the back, not from the front, from the back with a push. So now he is pushing me, oh, and push, oh, boom, ooh. When he choked me from the front, I went back, right? And then I rotated with my elbow. Now look, he's choking from the back and he's pushing again. First step, always go with him, don't try to resist. The attacker is stronger, so always go with him. So step forward. Step two, put one leg forward. Choose the moment that you feel stable to put one leg forward and rotate with the elbows. So the attacker is pushing us. Step one, step two, step and rotate. Yeah, now the rotation. Yeah, one more time. Step, step, step, step. Left leg, rotate. Yeah, now look at me. See this leg?
Yeah.
See this leg? This leg helps with the rotation. Boom. Excellent. Third step. I'm holding the attacker. Imagine there's an attacker. I'm holding him and giving him knees with the front knee. First thing, I go forward. Right, second thing, step forward. Now rotation together, hold, and knee. Excellent. With me now. Step, step, step, left and together, rotation, hold. Excellent. Right away after you break his choke, really try to reach with this hand and the other. Yeah, and then give a knee while pulling me as well. Boom. One more time, guys. I'm holding, choking, and pushing. Excellent. And knee, knee. Push me away. Good job. To conclude, guys, we had today an exception to the rule of releasing a choke with always the thumbs. We talked that if the choke is with a push, doesn't matter if it's from the front, or if it's from the back. Here I'm not looking for the thumbs because I'm having a hard time to find it. I'm gonna rotate. Okay, so that's what we had today. Two chokes from the front and from the back, mainly from the back with a push. Good job, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you guys for joining our Krav Maga class.
If you guys are interested in learning any of the moves Owen taught us, make sure to check out our previous episodes.
Welcome back to ILTV on the Hour. I'm Khaled Ben David, coming to you live from Israel, and we are speaking to you just minutes after an air raid siren alert here in central Israel. We just came out of the bomb shelter. We'll have more on that in a minute. But first, let's bring you all the biggest headlines from across the region here on day 12 of the war of Israel's and the U.S.'s war with Iran. Now, the U.S. and Israel are continuing to pound Iran with devastating airstrikes. The IDF says it has degraded or destroyed many of the key assets of Iran's Basij militia in one of the country's western provinces, dealing another blow to the regime's internal security apparatus used by the regime to enforce control and suppress dissent. Targets included the main internal security headquarters, a Central Intelligence Command Center, IRGC facilities responsible for cracking down on protests, and several besieged command posts. Officials say the strikes are part of a broader effort to weaken the core power structures of the Iranian regime. Meanwhile, new satellite images show extensive damage at Iranian ballistic missile production sites following Israeli airstrikes last week. One image shows multiple buildings destroyed or badly damaged at Iran's Parchin military complex south of Tehran. Now, the IDF said it struck Parchin last week, targeting factories for the production of explosives for ballistic missile warheads and a facility for mixing and casting missile engines, and a complex that is used, you can see it on your screen, used for research, development, and assembly and production of advanced cruise missiles. Now, meanwhile, it was a restless night for residents of central and northern Israel last night, their sleep interrupted by a series of air raid alerts in response to missile and drone attacks launched by Iran and Hezbollah in Lebanon. There were no injuries or damage reported, as the projectiles were either intercepted by air defense systems or fell into open areas. Iran has fired over 300 rockets at Israel since the war began, about half of them armed with cluster warheads. Data from Israel's tax authority shows that after 11 days of war, over 9,000 claims were filed, asking compensation for damages to buildings and vehicles, but that is still less than the total claims that were filed after just 2 days of fighting between Israel and Iran last June. Now, one Hezbollah missile that did get through Israel's air defense managed to hit a commercial satellite station in the Elah Valley on Monday. The military confirmed that strike after a passing motorist filmed the attack and then later posted it on social media, this in violation of censorship restrictions. You see it there. Now, the IDF says this was an isolated incident. There were no injuries reported from that strike. Well, as I said, we just got out of the air raid, the bomb shelter here. For more on this, on that strike and the ones over the past night, let's go to our correspondent, India Naftali, who was at the command center of the Magen David Adom Emergency Rescue Service. India, we just got out of the shelter. What can you tell us about this latest air raid alert?
Well, I can't really tell you much right now because I've not been cleared to share that information, but I have learned some interesting information. Again, not yet to be released, but as we do know, there's an incoming missile barrage from Iran. We will be able to share probably more details about where those hits were. But, I'm in the underground command center of Magen David Adom, which is Israel's national emergency service. So these people here will be the first ones who are heading over to direct hits where people are possibly sustaining life-threatening injuries. These paramedics are risking their lives. I mean, they're going out when the rest of us are in shelters. They're already heading to locations where there are expected hits. In fact, they are dispatching people even before there is a direct hits in areas where their estimated hits could be. Now, they've been telling me that a lot of these attacks have been cluster bombs, so it's been extremely difficult to deal with that, even as we know on an interception side. It's very difficult to intercept, but also in terms of dispatching paramedics, they have to dispatch into a large range of places because these bomblets are just going over 10 kilometers of range and area.
Right. Now, last night, the morning has been relatively quiet until we had that recent alert just a few minutes ago. But last night, a difficult night. Let's talk about that. And you were a resident of Tel Aviv. How was that?
Well, that's right. Actually, there were no direct hits, despite it being a busy night in central Israel. Many people here are telling me they didn't get much sleep last night. So they're really running on fumes. It's been a difficult night, but thankfully, no direct hits. And there were actually no injuries reported from missiles. There have been injuries from people running to shelters, but not injuries from missile attacks. We have learned that throughout this whole war, 300 missiles have been shot from Iran to Israel. And according to what we do know, before this war even started, it was estimated that Iran had about 2,500 ballistic missiles in its arsenal. They've now shot what we believe to be 300. And the IDF says that they've also either destroyed or disabled 300 more of their ballistic missiles. I mean, you can do the math. So it does seem that Iran does have quite the stockpile even now. But the IDF believes that the Iranian regime is struggling to carry out large-scale missile attacks. Right now, for the past few days, each attack is just a few missiles coming towards Israel. So that's why the IDF believes that the Iran is struggling to carry out these more large coordinated barrages.
All right. India Naftali, I'm getting an alert that the most recent incident, at least in northern Israel, has ended. We'll try to come back to you later in the program for more details. We don't have any reports yet of injuries or damages from this latest air raid alert. India, thank you. Stay safe there. And meanwhile, Israel has launched a new wave of airstrikes in Beirut's southern suburbs, a Hezbollah stronghold known as Dahiya, after the IDF reiterated evacuation warnings for residents in the area. The military says the strikes targeted Hezbollah terror infrastructure, with further details expected later. At the same time, Israeli ground forces continue operations in southern Lebanon aimed at disrupting Hezbollah's military networks. The IDF says troops identified a Hezbollah cell, which was quickly eliminated in an airstrike. Forces also discovered weapons and propaganda material belonging to the group. And in a separate incident, additional suspects approaching IDF troops were identified as a threat and were also struck from the air. Troops from the 36th Division carried out targeted raids, killing militants who entered a building near Israeli forces. The IDF also confirming the killing of a Hezbollah regional commander from the group's Nasser unit in a nighttime strike in South Lebanon. The military says more than 70 Hezbollah missiles launchers have been destroyed, some of them just minutes before they were fired towards Israel. Now, this fighting in Lebanon comes amid signs of a possible diplomatic shift from Beirut. Lebanon's president is now signaling support for direct talks with Israel in an effort to secure a ceasefire and prevent a wider war. Lebanese President Joseph Aoun says his government is prepared to pursue negotiations with Israel under international supervision as part of a plan to end the current conflict. Aoun has accused Hezbollah of dragging Lebanon towards disaster, warning the country could become, quote, a second Gaza if the fighting continues. The proposed plan would include a ceasefire, the deployment of the Lebanese army in areas near the Israeli border, and efforts to curb Hezbollah's military activity. Now, any talks between Israel and Lebanon would mark a significant shift. The two countries remain technically at war and historically have relied on the U.S. or UN mediation for indirect talks. The U.S. says it has destroyed Iranian mine-laying vessels near the Strait of Hormuz as tensions continue to rise in the war with Iran. U.S. Central Command released video says it shows strikes on Iranian boats used to lay naval mines. According to the Pentagon, 16 such vessels were eliminated in operations near the strategic waterway. President Trump warned that if Iran has placed any mines in the Strait, they must be removed immediately, or Tehran will face military consequences. Now, the Strait of Hormuz is one of the world's most important energy routes, with about a fifth of global oil and liquefied natural gas shipments passing through the narrow channel between Iran and Oman. And since the start of the war, shipping through the Strait has been severely disrupted. The vital oil transit route has all been shut since vessels in the area were hit by Iranian strikes following U.S. and Israeli attacks on Iran. Closure has been driving oil prices sharply higher, putting new pressure on the world economy. The Iranian security chief Ali Larijani has said in a post in X, the Strait of Hormuz will either be a strait of peace and prosperity for all, or a strait of defeat and suffering for warmongers. Meanwhile, in Iraq, a drone strike hit a U.S. diplomatic support facility near Baghdad airport. U.S. officials suspect Iran-backed militias were responsible. 6 drones were launched. 1 hit the compound, while 5 were shot down. No casualties were reported. Well, I want to jump ahead now to our guests, if they are with us. Norman Rule, I just checking. Are you with us now? Yes. We're joined by Norman Rule. He is a veteran of the CIA, now with United Against the Nuclear Iran, and our frequent guest, Reserves Major Elliot Chodorf, there in northern Israel. Norman, I want to start with you. We're seeing a lot of the attacks by the U.S., certainly Israel, shifting from military infrastructure in Iran, targeting regime assets such as Basij headquarters, IRGC assets, things that help keep the regime in power. Based on your assessment of what we've seen, how do you assess how strong or weak the Iranian regime is at this moment?
Good afternoon. The regime remains in charge. There is no evidence of a national uprising. There is no evidence of significant defections of major units or large erosion of Iran's capacity to manage portions of its country. At the same time, the government is in essence on the run. It's susceptible to attack at any moment by Israeli or American warcraft. At any moment, its leadership could be eradicated. This is a government that controls the country only because it's able to survive day by day. So it's a very tenuous situation, and it could change at any moment.
Right. Elliot, just want to go to you on the situation there in northern Israel. As you just heard, we have this kind of unprecedented, I could almost call it an appeal by President Aoun of Lebanon, calling for these direct talks with Israel. What do you make of that? How do you think Israel should be responding?
First of all, Israel should be responding positively, but let's clarify a point. First of all, Israel and Lebanon are not at war because Lebanon still does not recognize Israel's existence. We're a step before war. It was always a joke, and I'm talking about decades ago, that Lebanon would be the second country to make peace with Israel because Lebanon really had no interest in being at war. However, over the decades, a combination of Syrian Assad regime and Iranian intervention directly and indirectly through Hezbollah and other terrorist organizations prevented Lebanon from doing what was clearly in its own best interest. Today, we're seeing Lebanon moving in a direction I think it's wanted to, the leadership, the government has wanted to for many, many years, thanks to the Assad regime being gone in Syria and their sense, and I see this as an interesting indicator of their optimism vis-a-vis Iran, that Iran has been so weakened and Hezbollah is in the process of being, if not eliminated, but weakened significantly beyond what it was in the past year, that the Lebanese government is now stepping forward to do what it's wanted to do for decades, which is get Hezbollah out of the picture. And if dealing with Israel is the price, I think it's one that they're willing to pay happily under the circumstances.
Right. We'll talk more on that in a minute. But Norman, I want to go back to you. As you mentioned, we don't see the signs of a regime change right now underway, but certainly the U.S. and Israel has degraded the military and nuclear capabilities of Iran further. But I want you to talk about that. How far do you think that's gone, especially on the nuclear side? Also, this question of the fact that there is buried under Fordow and maybe in other places as well, enriched uranium. There's been suggestions even of launching some kind of ground operation, either Israel, the U.S., or jointly, to try to recover that material. How much of a danger is that? How much of a possibility do you say that? And how do you assess just where Iran's nuclear capabilities are right now?
Well, let's put this into perspective. The June war severely degraded, devastated, obliterated, whatever words you want to use, Iran's enrichment program and its ability to weaponize. However, Iran could rebuild that, and operations underway have undertaken major actions to further set back elements of that program, personnel, and production capabilities, as well as Iran's missile program, which was a threat to Israel and the United States and the region. Again, Iran could rebuild this, which requires a political shift with the Iranian government, either through negotiations or a change of that government. It's as simple as that. In terms of the uranium material that may be underground, it's underground. So in order to get to it, you've got to go underground. So this isn't just a military operation. You're going to have an operation that requires going underground. The United States has specialized personnel who could retrieve nuclear material. We do have personnel who do this, but it's going to be a large operation. And if you send personnel into Iran, that's what Iran wants to do in order to attack them and to have a capacity to inflict U.S. or Israeli casualties. So we've got to approach that carefully, and it's got to be something to be done only when we need to decide if there's no other option and if there's no other way to take care of this.
Right. Now, Norman, I wanted to follow up. It's hard to read the comments of President Trump, but there has also been comments by the Secretary of War, Hegseth, indicating that they don't want this to be an extended war. They feel significant damage has been done at this point. If we were to see an end to, for example, combat operations or kinetic operations, this is sometimes, so what should the U.S. be doing beyond that? How should we be approaching Iran if there comes a time when President Trump says, well, we've achieved all we can with military operations?
The United States and Israel should live up to the words of every U.S. president over the last 20 years. The military option remains on the table if we see Iran making moves towards its reconstituting a nuclear weapons program and perhaps a missile program that threatens either country. It's as simple as that. If we catch them doing something, a military option should remain on the table. But in this case, it should be pursued vigorously. And I think now there's evidence of that. If Iran believes it will be caught undertaking this activity because of strong intelligence, which clearly exists by Israel and the United States, and military action will take place, that will become a constraint on Iranian behavior. But we will have to execute that. If they see our intent change, if our strength of political will change, they will undertake that activity.
All right. I want to go back to Elliot on the question of Iran's proxies, most prominently Hezbollah. You say Israel should respond to that. There are those voices in the security establishment who said they need to see some concrete action by the Lebanese army against Hezbollah before even any response is made to, for example, President Ayoun's plea. But do you think the Lebanese army is capable of doing that? Or is it going to take more action against the Iranian regime or even regime change for that, something like that to happen?
The Lebanese army is a tremendous question mark. It was always a weak army. Today it's weakened by the fact that a significant portion of it is manned by Shiites, and it's not clear whether they are Hezbollah supporting or not. And I think it's important to understand not every Shiite is a Khomeiniist, and that's true in Lebanon as well, but it's still an open question. So the Lebanese army has essentially two question marks. One is, will they follow the orders to engage Hezbollah? And two, will they be able to defeat Hezbollah? Every day of Israeli strikes against Hezbollah and combat with Hezbollah increases the chances of the second part of that. In other words, that the Lebanese army will be able to successfully engage them on a day-to-day basis. We've seen there was just this morning, the Syrians are moving troops to the Lebanese border as well. They're reporting that there was artillery fire from Lebanon, meaning from Hezbollah into Syria. There are a lot of pieces in motion right now. Iran, at the moment, certainly not in a position to intervene, but as we've seen, and I think Norman alluded to as well, if everything stops now, Iran can begin to rebuild its positions. If the trig points or the trigger points are ballistic missiles and nuclear, they will put, over the next few years, far more into their subordinates, which is Hezbollah, and proxies like Hamas, the Houthis, the Iraqi Shiite militias and the like, they're flexible. They're not stupid. They know how to think strategically. And I want to add one point to that as well. As long as this administration is in office in the United States, they may well fear a further military intervention if they develop ballistic missiles or their nuclear option. But we don't know what's going to be in 2 or 3 years, and certainly not in 5 years. The Iranians think long term. They're not operating on the timetables of a Western democracy where the world comes to an end every 4 years. They can sit, wait it out, and start it all over again 5 years down the road.
But I want to get Norman to respond to that because you talked about Hezbollah. The Houthis have withheld their fire. They're still going to be a potent force after that. The Shiite militias in Iraq, Norman, are still a force. I mean, Iran will have other assets. How is it going to deal with that? And maybe part of the answer, if you address it, is the reshaped geopolitical map of the Middle East that maybe is going to be as a result of this war.
That's critical. I think, as your guest wisely stated, this has got to be a long-term issue. The Quds Force of Iran is being eradicated or severely damaged by U.S. and Israeli forces right now, but it still exists. It only has one job. It creates militias and terrorist organizations. Its personnel have been dispersed. They're no doubt not sitting in their building waiting to be bombed, and they will reform, and their job is to rebuild Hezbollah, Hamas, the Houthis, Iraqi militias. It will take several years. They've done this in the past. They'll work to do this in the future. So unless this changes, we're just going to have to deal with this problem in the future, and they'll proliferate new weapons, drones, missiles, more techniques, just as they've done over the last 20 years. So the situation has got to be dealt with politically through a new regional configuration and pressure on Iran.
Right. Well, let's talk about, I just want to go back to your point, Elliot, on that and the situation in Syria, because, there's been a lot of hesitancy, for example, in the current government here in Israel to trust Syria. There's concern over, you can imagine, for example, there might be opportunities with Qatar after this war that the current government or any Israeli government may be hesitant to take. How much does the thinking in Israel perhaps have to adjust to the new realities, geopolitical realities that are going to be created by this war?
Well, certainly, first of all, we're only going to know those realities when everything shakes out and it's over. At that point, the pressures are also going to change. In other words, Qatar today is a perhaps different actor than Qatar will be when the fighting stops. More, let's say, Israel-oriented at the moment because foxhole buddies are foxhole buddies. When the shooting stops, we may see them flipping back to their classic radical Wahhabi position. Syria is still a wild card. In other words, Ashara's move against Hezbollah has nothing to do with whether Syria is going to be a moderating force vis-a-vis Israel in the West. That's still an open question. Let's also keep in mind that Syria traditionally, going back to its origins, along with Lebanon's origins, Syria and Lebanon were part of the French Mandate. Lebanon was separated. Syria still sees Lebanon as a province of Syria, so to speak. Are we better off with Lebanon being taken over by Syria or not? I'm going to say no to that. But they certainly have an interest themselves in taking it over. Will an Ashara takeover be better than Hezbollah? Interesting question. At the moment, yes. But what's going to be a year from now or two remains to be seen.
Norman, I know you have to go, but I will, before you go, as short answer, as a former intelligence officer who had to make these kind of assessments, unless there's some major change on the ground, when do you think the U.S. or President Trump is going to call an end to this operation?
He'll call an end to the operation when he believes he's not only achieved the foundational goals of transforming Iran's nuclear, missile, and regional threat, but he's going to have to make sure that that day after or weeks after isn't going to transform the position of the United States globally and regionally to create a long-term convulsion for the U.S. position globally. If you look at the national strategy that was issued by the United States in December of 2025, he's looking for the United States to have stable energy, stable transportation of the trade zones in the region, and sort of a trade peaceful position in the region. He's looking, that's got to be continued. And I think that's going to be a defining factor. So he's showing commitment to the region. I think there's more of that than people think.
Again, it really will come down to President Trump's judgment, and it's always hard to read his mind. Norman Rule and Major Elliot Chodor, thank you for joining us on ILTV.
Thank you.
Pleasure.
Well, and for more on what's going on inside Iran, let's speak with Catherine Perez-Shakdam. She is an Iran expert and has extensive experience in that country. Catherine, thank you for joining us.
My pleasure.
First of all, let me ask you, what are you hearing from whatever, or from your sources in Iran, or from what you're hearing from people, what they're saying there?
Well, they're breaking into songs about Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and President Trump. So I think they're quite happy. Look, those people have been waiting for decades to be freed from the mullahs, and what is happening right now for them is the liberation in motion. So I don't think that anyone is too sad to have seen many of the leadership go. People are still wondering whether Moshtaba is dead. I'm referring to the eldest son of Ali Khamenei,
Right, of course.
was said to be. I mean, there's been so many reports. Some people have said that he was dead, that he was injured. We don't know. All we know is that yesterday, a cardboard with his picture on it was taken out in the street of Tehran. I found this interesting. It's very possible in my mind that they have elected or appointed, rather, a dead man in office.
But why, Catherine, why in the world would the IRGC or whoever's running things, why would they appoint someone, even if he's not dead, let's even just say, why would they even appoint someone who's so injured he can't appear in public?
Well, look, if he's dead, it's very difficult to kill a man twice. And they know that the shelf life of a dictator, an Islamist, to make things worse for him, is about 2 hours right now. This is the clock. They've seen what happened with Hezbollah. They've seen what happened to Hamas. I don't think that they want to see a repeat of that. So they're trying to manage something that they cannot possibly manage. That means putting a dead man into office, because, again, they can pretend that he's hiding somewhere in a bunker. And the real leadership, or whoever is leading the show right now, and I don't think it's many people, because there's not many people left, are trying to, they're scrambling. They're trying to project this idea that they have survived, that they can survive, and that people should rally behind them. It's not happening. I doubt that it will happen. Iranians have caught on. This regime has nothing to offer but misery.
Right. Now, appointing a dead man, that would certainly be a novel strategy. Catherine, I want to ask you, we reported earlier that a lot of the targeting by Israel and the U.S. now has been on regime assets such as Basij headquarters of the IRGC that deal with internal dissent. How much can the internal regime be weakened just by an air campaign in order to lay the ground for internal regime change? Meaning, how confident do the people of Iran have to be in order to get back on the streets and risk being shot down by security forces?
Look, I think what the US and Israel are doing is actually the right thing to do, in that they have taken out, I mean, the first week was about military targets, and they've done so, and they've taken out the leadership. So that was wonderful. Not just the top of the pyramid, but we're talking about the middle ground, I would say. And you need to understand that the way that the regime functions, they have put in place people who cannot threaten the leadership. So we're talking senior to middle level officials. That means that, whatever is left are basically, the idiots of the village, because they don't pose a threat to the higher ranking members of the regime for a reason that is obvious. It's all about nepotism. It's all about control. Now, when you have people in charge who cannot tell, what is right, what is left, that it makes things easier in that they make mistakes. And so that opens the way for Iranians to potentially do something. Now, the second problem that Iranians have is that Basij, which is a voluntary force, were literally the one cracking down on people and spying on the population and making sure that they had something that we call crowd control, preventing people to come down in the streets, spying on them and trying to pick them up and scaring the population to death. Now, if those people are gone, if I would say the machine that the regime relies upon is taken out and obliterated, it makes things easier for people to go and actually have demonstration and regain control of the state institutions, because there will be no resistance to that. So I guess, and again, it's a big guess, but I think this is what we see happen and we see take shape, which is a wonderful way to do things, because how else are you going to do it? You need to offer a degree of protection to the Iranians and also make the besieged understand that there's nowhere to run. And I believe that, I think it was a couple of days ago, I've seen some report pointing to SMS being sent to several people within Besiege, telling them that they knew exactly where they were and what they had done. And I think it would make people pause for a second, again, looking at what happened to Hamas, Hezbollah, and the others, and the Houthis as well, thinking, do we want our life to end that way? The answer should be no, and you should just give it up, offer yourself to the mercy of the people if they have any to offer, and if not, good luck to you.
Right. I want to ask you, Catherine, last week, of course, there were these initial reports about perhaps the Trump administration, perhaps Israel approaching Kurdish resistance forces in Iran and in Iraq as well, to maybe take part in actions. Then, of course, that was quickly reversed. There's a lot of speculation that the Turkish president may have had something to do with it. But the fact remains, those Kurdish forces, as well as separatist forces, for example, in the Baluchistan province or that area bordering Azerbaijan, are potential pieces of a revolt against Iran. I think, do you really believe that option is off the table now? And do you think it should be off the table, or that should be still utilized, at least as one part of some kind of popular uprising?
Okay, so I'm going to say something that is not popular in certain quarters, but it needs to be said if you want to be fair. Now, if Reza Shah, the Crown Prince of Iran, doesn't move quickly and miss an opportunity that is historical, we still need, and I'm talking about, I say the grand we is in the US and Israel, as well as I'm hoping Western capitals, but we're not going to wait for them to wake up. Something needs to be done in terms of getting rid of the regime. Now, if we can't do it with the help of Reza Shah, meaning he needs to call for the government in exile or something and step up, then something needs to happen. Now, this something, if you look at the topography of Iran, it's impossible to invade Iran. I mean, we're going to get stuck like the American was stuck in Afghanistan, and we don't want to have that conversation for the next 10 years. However much I love the show, I don't want to be here in 10 years talking to you about the same things. And so what they need to do is to utilize the geography of Iran. And we have a gift in that, is that all the minorities and where all the natural resources are actually located are on the coast of the country, from top to bottom. So all around Iran, you have the Baluch, you have Ahwaz, you have the Kurds, you have the Azeris. Those people, because they are minorities within the greater whole that is Iran, understand the danger of the regime because they have been persecuted more than anyone else. And so if you were to arm them and to tell them, because they are organized already, go get and push against the regime forces, they will. And so I think that we would be foolish not to consider. Now, the danger is we may witness the Balkanization of Iran. Nobody wants that. It would be dangerous. And I wouldn't advocate for it. However, if nothing is done, you got to do what you got to do, because we can't continue to carry on with the regime that threatens not just Israel and the Jewish people, but the rest of the world.
Can I just follow up on last question? You talk about the Shah's son, Reza Pahlavi, maybe forming a government in exile, but could he do that without the backing of the Trump administration? Because it does sound like so far President Trump has been at the very lukewarm or even less supportive of him taking that kind of action.
I disagree. I mean, President Trump has done everything he could to liberate Iran, and it wasn't his job in the first place. If you really think about it, it wasn't Israel either. The problem is we got thrown into the mix because Iran was threatening us. I mean, by Iran, I mean the regime, the Islamic Republic. And so President Trump decided to do the right thing. We have to give credit where credit is due.
Sure. And
taken measures to eradicate this regime. And so it is up to the Crown Prince, Reza Shah, to step up and actually lead. And look, if you are a wannabe Shah, You don't need to ask permission. You just act as a leader and you do what needs to be done. He hasn't done that, unfortunately. And I'm a great supporter of his. But I have to say, we're waiting, sir.
All right. Well, maybe this message will get out to him. You are correct that certainly revolutionary leaders have always seized the moment of history when it presents itself to them. Catherine Perez Shakdam, thank you for joining us again on ILTV. Well, let's move to another side impact of this war, and of course, that's the economy of Israel. Now, the Israeli government is preparing a major expansion of the national budget to finance the war effort. The cabinet plans to increase spending by about 40 billion shekels. That's around $13 billion, mostly for defense operations and other wartime needs. Defense spending expected to jump sharply, driven by the cost of airstrikes, mobilization, and missile defense. Finance Minister Bezalel Smotrich says the war has already cost Israel about 9 billion shekels, and the fiscal deficit is expected to grow. The finance ministry also estimates the economic shutdown during the conflict has been costing the economy about 9.5 billion shekels per week. The war is also reshaping political priorities. Controversial legislation such as parts of the Haredi draft exemption law and also a reform, for example, of the dairy industry reportedly put on hold as the government focuses on passing a wartime budget. Here's what Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and Smotrich had to say on the economy.
היינו חייבים לצאת למערכה הזאת, ואנחנו פועלים ביתר שאת עם החיילים והטייסים הגיבורים שלנו. אבל, יש כאן אבל אחד גדול, זה עולה כסף, הרבה כסף. ולכן אנחנו נדרשים לתת תקציב מיוחד במהלך המלחמה עם עשרות מיליארדי שקלים כדי לעזור לתקציב הביטחון למאמץ המלחמתי.
אנחנו מתכנסים עכשיו להעברה מיידית של תקציב המדינה, כשבמרכזו נעביר את התוספת הנדרשת לתקציב הביטחון למימון המלחמה, וכפי שציין ראש הממשלה, מדובר בעשרות של מיליארדים של שקלים. זו לא הוצאה, זו השקעה. כדי להצליח במשימה הזו אנחנו שמים עכשיו בצד סוגיות שבמחלוקת שאינן מתאימות לעת מלחמה. אנחנו שמים בצד את חוק הגיוס שלא יקודם כעת, ולצד זאת גם מספר רפורמות שסביבן טרם הגענו להסכמה רחבה. מלחמה היא זמן לאחדות, לאחריות לאומית, ואני מודה לך, אדוני ראש הממשלה, ולכל חברי הממשלה והקואליציה.
And joining us now is Judah Taub. He is the founder and managing partner of Chetz Ventures. He's also a former intelligence officer, so he could speak about war and economy as well. Judah, thank you for joining us. First of all, let me just ask you, how is the Israeli economy doing under the stress of wartime? Certainly there are sectors that are suffering badly, but stock market is still doing well. We don't see the currency collapsing. How is Israel coping? I'm sorry, Judah, can you hear me?
Yes. You got
yes.
Yeah. Hi. Yes. Yes. So you would have expected the economy to struggle, but we're seeing the opposite. We're seeing the stock market reach heights it's never reached before, and we're seeing the shekel stronger than we've seen than ever before. I think the point to remember is markets don't invest in the present, they invest in the future. And the strong Israeli shekel and the strong Israeli stock market is a vote of confidence in Israel's long-term outlook. I think the reasons for this are really threefold. The first is that the market believes the US and Israel together are addressing a major regional threat that has destabilized the Middle East for decades. A Middle East without Iran's tentacles crawling all over with their terrorists could be a dramatically more prosperous region. The second reason the markets are repricing this is that if you look at what's happening in the battlefield, you're seeing a live demo in real time of the US and Israel's tech stack outperforming the Iranian, Russian, Chinese tech stack. You only have to look at which ships are at the bottom of the ocean, which planes are still flying in the sky, and ask yourself, when countries around the world are thinking about rebuilding, as they are now, their defense, where are they going to be turning to? And the third point, which I think is worth stressing, is that Israel's economy is a growth economy driven primarily by innovation. Even in the last year, 2025, Israel's economy outgrew the average OECD nearly by 100%. And when you look at innovation, nobody wanted this war, but we know that it accelerates during difficult periods such as these.
Right. Now, if you heard earlier, the Prime Minister Netanyahu and Finance Minister Smotrich putting forth their plan, of course, increasing defense spending, trying to address somewhat the issue of compensation for businesses, putting aside some, as we said, problematic legislation, some people think some of that would be good for the economy, such as the dairy products reform. How do you feel the government is doing? Is there more that it should be doing, the government, perhaps also the Bank of Israel, to cope with the situation?
I'm not going to speak on behalf of the government, but I think the key point that most Israelis feel is that when the house is on fire, you don't monitor the water bill. We feel that currently the house is on fire. Israel is under attack. It's under attack since October 7th, when thousands of Iranian-funded Hamas militias came into Israel to murder individuals. And now we're under fire by ballistic missiles and thankfully not yet Iranian nuclear bombs. So when that is happening, you are seeing from wall-to-wall agreement across the government, something that rarely happens in the state of Israel, an agreement that now is the time, as you heard just a few minutes ago from the finance minister, to invest, not to spend, but to invest in the region. And the market is reacting to this in a positive way. The market is realizing that if we win, if we see a prosperous new region here, it will not only be good for Israel, it will be good for the entire region, primarily for the Iranian people.
There is a saying in the stock market: you buy into weakness, you sell on strength. So I guess wartime is. Any words out for investors? Where should people be looking to invest in this? I'm not asking for specific stock picks, but more generally.
So I'm a massive fan of the Israeli high-tech scene, and we have seen the resilience over the last 2.5 years, which has been extraordinary. In the first year of the war of October 7th, we saw the biggest acquisition ever made by Google into Wiz, as you obviously know, 32 billion. And only a few days ago, we had a new announcement of a company, Israeli company named Vast Data, raising $1 billion at the valuation of 30 billion. So we are likely to see one eclipse that Wiz acquisition in the very near future as well. In our portfolio, I won't name names, but we've had over the last 12 days, meaning since this war with Iran started, 2 acquisition offers from international corporations trying to buy more Israeli startups. This is not out of some sort of like need to sort of show resilience or to help the Israeli economy. They're doing that because they believe the innovation here, the technology that comes out of Israel, especially in these times, is second to none. So I would be looking at the Israeli economy, not under sort of a blue and white sort of flag, but under an investor hat and saying it's a good time to double down.
All right, double down. Yes, as you say. Thank you so much for joining us on ILTV. Now, one aspect of this war that perhaps some might anticipated, but it's certainly taking some interesting directions, is the role of Hezbollah and Lebanon. And joining us is now an expert in those areas. That's Dr. Barak Books. He holds the Patterson Chair in Security and Intelligence, and is a lecturer at the Political Studies and School of Communication at Bar-Ilan University. Thank you so much for joining us.
Good afternoon.
First of all, a lot to break down, but let me just get your immediate reaction to this unprecedented, I would say, if you want to call it an appeal by the president of Lebanon, Joseph Aoun, to Israel to engage in direct talks. What do you make of this? This is really something we've not seen before. How do you think Israel should react to it?
I'll begin by reports I've made since last Thursday of mediations. And when I said that, people were astonished. But the French chief of staff of the French army visited the Lebanese commander on Thursday. And on Al Mayadin, which is a channel unaffiliated formally, but recognized with Hezbollah, the head of the Geneva office said that France wants to go back to December 2024, the ceasefire agreement. I'm not surprised. I can update that now there is a meeting with the Nabi Berri, the Shiite chairman of the parliament, in his house with the Lebanese prime minister, talking about developments. And I presume and guessing that connecting all of these dots, the talk will surround his influence, if it may be, on Hezbollah to ceasefire and promote a ceasefire agreement, yes.
But beyond the ceasefire, I mean, certainly Israel would want to see a ceasefire to start with, but more than that, wants to see the Lebanese government and the Lebanese army finally live up to the commitments that were made last year to dismantle Hezbollah. The Lebanese government seems to be holding some promise of that if there is a ceasefire, but that's a lot of talk. How much reality is there behind it?
Okay, let's do a reality check. The Lebanese army is operating according to the guidance of the Lebanese government to operate against Hezbollah, but how much? The Lebanese army did work a little to dismantle the infrastructure of Hezbollah, and even Lebanese army soldiers were killed near Tyre. And the Lebanese army took foreign diplomats and did a very thorough tour in South Lebanon to see how much they did. But the thing is, we have to do a reality check with what we're enduring from Lebanon for the last week and a half. Something had to be done, but I want to return us also to our reality check, because the commander of the Lebanese army had a thorough meeting and summarized everything and said that the solution will be political. Yes.
Right. Well, one reality that has changed, and none of this would be possible if it wasn't, is the change in government in Syria. And we just see, even today, reports of the Syrian government talking about fire from Hezbollah. Of course, we know, the change, whether he can be trusted or not. The new leader of Syria certainly has no love for Iran and Hezbollah. How much of a role could Syria play in at least providing an environment in which either the Lebanese army or whatever force may be necessary to either get Hezbollah to lay down its arms one way or the other?
Let's begin with an open account that al-Julani's government has with Hezbollah, as Hezbollah butchered the people with the Assad's forces in order to keeping ruling. They did operate, and the Julani militias at the beginning, they were not even an organized army. They did operate and infiltrated parts of Lebanon in order to operate against Hezbollah. All of the supply chains, the terrestrial supply chains in Syria to Hezbollah are cut. And where Hezbollah smuggling weapons is through sea and illegally. But al-Julani has a very significant interest in dismantling Hezbollah also. This is a joint, let's say, parallel between Israel and al-Julani in this area.
Right. But finally, let me ask you, I mean, I don't know that regime changes. We don't really see signs of that necessarily happening in Iran, but certainly the regime in Tehran has been significantly weakened. Its assets, it may well face other, let's say, non-kinetic actions by the U.S. Following the end of combat. How much of that is going to impact on Hezbollah's capabilities after this war? Where does a post-war environment, with or without regime change, leave Hezbollah?
I can say a good thing to our viewers, but also not a bad thing, but a reality check also. First of all, Iran is the a supporter and the idea and the command behind Hezbollah. No Ayatollahs, no patron to Hezbollah. But let's do a reality check. The Shiites in Lebanon, and I will say it shortly, 50 years ago when the civil war erupted, were nothing. Nobody treated them, nobody related them, and now they ran the country, literally. So in their eyes, psychologically, dismantling Hezbollah is going back to the 50s and being, servants of the other sects. They have to be offered some sort of a solution, maybe a political, as the Lebanese commander said, but they have to be dismantled, but equivalently be offered something in advance.
Right. Now, Dr. Brooks, this current government in Israel has approached Syria, I guess, understandably with great caution, though some have argued it should be more proactive in trying to negotiate or reach out to Syria. I think a lot of the same questions are now being asked about the government's response to this Lebanese approach and maybe how it's going to approach the Beirut government following that. I want to get your thoughts on that. What Israel is going to need some kind of post-war strategy with several countries, I'm sure, in the region. You could weigh in on that as well, but certainly with Syria and Lebanon to secure perhaps the northern front, of the opportunity is going to be there.
Okay, I will say it shortly. Before the war, there was a beginning of civilian talks 2 times with the Lebanese government. This is something very new since the 80s, in order to promote projects. Now, there have been calls even said by the Lebanese president not to promote peace, but to promote some sort of normality with Israel. But now we cannot talk about that, only following dismantling Hezbollah. With Syria, President Trump wanted to promote a security agreement between Israel and Syria. I'm not talking about peace, but
Right.
some sort of a security, let's say, frame that will be a legal frame to continue.
Well, and how should Israel, do you think that's something that Israel should be pursue more, let's say even proactively or at least reactively to the administration? Again, I repeat, there are many in this current government in Israel who simply do not trust Damascus. It's hard to imagine that they're going to be trusting the Beirut government anymore.
Yes, as a patriotic Israeli, I'm not politically affiliated, but I do am an Israeli citizen. We have to, first of all, and this war had proven it, take care of our interests and see that they will not be damaged by any move. In that being said, there is a call to widen the Abraham Accords, include Lebanon, include Syria, I don't know. I am saying that any call should be reviewed thoroughly and significantly, and in addition, significantly to see that our interests, especially culminating with our security interests, will not be damaged and will be very thorough. Yes.
All right. Those opportunities perhaps will be there. We'll see how that develops. We don't know what the situation is going to be. Dr. Books, thank you for joining us on ILTV.
Thank you so much.
I want to go back to our correspondent, India Naftali. She's at the command center of Magen David Adom. India, first of all, let me just ask you about this most recent alert. What do we know? It doesn't seem as if I'm not seeing reports of injuries or damage. What do we know about that recent alert?
Well, the IDF has not released the size of the barrage as far as I know. But what we do know is there have been a few injuries reported, but not from missiles. All the missiles were intercepted. I do know that. But there were a few missiles, there were a few injuries from people running to shelters. That's what we know. That's what I've been told by the health officials here at Magen David Adom. Like I said before, they're dispatching people even before there are direct hits. And, like I said, there were no direct hits this time around. They've been working around the clock. Like I've just been seeing and reading, this has been a sleepless night for many people. And now we're in the middle of the day. There was a lull of 9 hours. So we had a 9 hours of no barrages and no red alerts. But now it seems that Iran and Hezbollah are back at it. We do think that the IDF is saying that the barrages are getting smaller. They do believe that the IDF believes that the capability of Iran to send larger missile barrages has been capped, but that's what we know right now.
Right. I want to talk about maybe about what we're seeing in Israel. Again, all these missiles being intercepted, but even in that case, we see these missile fragments come down, land. They can be quite deadly coming down, and they can be quite dangerous for people to approach. I know one of the things Magen David Adom is active in is trying to locate these fragments. Maybe let's talk about that, because this, in the cases, could be unexploded ordnance that could be quite deadly if the wrong people handle it.
Yeah, that's right. Well, probably half of all of the missiles that have been coming in from Iran have been cluster bombs. I've been told that many of these mini bomblets that are being released from these massive warheads are not exploding, and these are a huge danger to those in the streets. They're saying that they're sending out bomb squads to deal with these unexploded submunitions from these clusters. So as far as I know, there have been no injuries sustained from such bomblets, but it's a huge danger. And Magen David Adom has already spoken to me about how they're doing everything they can to make sure that all of these bombs are collected. There are bomb squads coming and collecting them so that they do not explode, because sometimes they don't explode upon impact. But if someone's car runs over them, or if someone picks it up not knowing what it is, it could explode and provides a huge danger to the public.
Right. And as you said, a rough night last night certainly in north and central Israel. repeated alerts. I wonder if there's a danger if people realize that there's the necessity of getting into shelters, staying near shelters. I'm curious about your experience. For example, last night, how easy or as accessible was a safe room or shelter? And do you feel the public is still maintaining the alertness that's needed to make sure they get in shelter? Because we have seen some serious injuries from people who simply do not go into shelters or don't take enough care to stay near shelters.
Well, that's right. Actually, most of the people who have been injured or unfortunately passed away during this war have been people who weren't in shelters. And that's either because they weren't near one or they just didn't go to one at all. I've also been told by Magen David Adom that there have been many people even treated for panic attacks upon these strikes. So there's several other alternatives, not just injuries upon the strikes, but also people just being in panic and them having to treat them, and people not being able to get to shelter, maybe because of a physical disability. It could be because of panic. It could be because of some elderly haven't been able to make it. Many homes, Kalev, don't actually have shelters in them, or each unit, there's not a bomb shelter unit in each home. So people might not have one in their home, and they have to maybe go downstairs to a shelter or even to a next door building. So it does provide a significant risk for those who are living in the center, especially in older buildings.
Right. Okay, that's right. All right, so I'm seeing that there might have been some kind of an alert in the north right now, but it doesn't seem as if anything is happening. India Naftali, I want to thank you for being there at Magen David Adom. It is good to have you back here, India. And now a brief message. As missiles rain down across Israel, reaching safety and managing daily life during war is far harder for people with disabilities. Now, during this war, mobility challenges leave some families living almost entirely inside their bomb shelters, unable to reach food, medicine, and essential care. For 35 years, Chimes Israel has helped children and adults with disabilities through therapy, essential care, and employment support. Because of this war, children with disabilities are losing critical therapies and adults are losing daily structure and human contact. Even some staff members' homes have been destroyed by attacks, yet they continue serving the people who depend on them. Chimes Israel needs your help during this war to deliver therapy, medicine, and food, and essentials directly to families' homes. It also needs to build a protected shelter for vulnerable preschoolers. In times like these, we are called to stand with the most vulnerable among us. Please, do not forget the children and adults with disabilities in Israel during this war. Your help could make a difference. And we are coming to the end of this broadcast. I just want to go over the top item of the day. On day 12 of the war, Operation Roaring Lion in Israel, the Iran war, the U.S. and Israel are continuing to pound Iran with devastating airstrikes. The IDF saying it has degraded or destroyed many of the key assets of Iran's besieged militia in one of the country's western provinces, dealing another blow to the regime's internal security apparatus, which is used by the regime to enforce control and suppress dissent. Targets included the main internal security headquarters, a Central Intelligence Command Center, IRGC facilities responsible for cracking down on protests, and several besieged command posts. Officials say the strikes are part of a broader effort to weaken the core power structures of the Iranian regime. Meanwhile, there are new satellite images that show extensive damage at Iranian ballistic missile production sites. You can see it there, following Israeli airstrikes last week. One image shows multiple buildings destroyed or badly damaged at Iran's Parchin military complex south of Tehran. The IDF said it struck Parchin last week, targeting factories for the production of explosives for ballistic missile warheads and a facility for mixing and casting missile engines, and a complex used for the development, assembly, and production of advanced cruise missiles. All right, that ends this broadcast on ILTV, but please continue to follow us on our news. Of course, you can also go on our app. You see the QR code there appearing on your screen. Also, you can keep up with us on all our social media platforms. That includes Instagram, X, and of course, all our broadcasts that are on YouTube. Stay informed with the latest news straight from the heart of Israel on ILTV, whether we're in the studio, sometimes we're in the bomb shelters as well. I'm Caleb Ben David. Be well, and thank you all so much for watching and supporting us.
Welcome to ILTV's Israel Daily. I'm Emily Schrader, and coming up in today's newscast, regime targets in Iran, including nuclear sites, now under heavy bombardment. President Trump claims the war is ahead of schedule, with the end in sight. Israelis stranded abroad begin returns on rescue flights. It's day 11 of the war with the Islamic Republic, and Israel has launched fresh strikes across the country, targeting military airfields, IRGC headquarters, and laboratories linked to the illicit nuclear program. ILTV's Steve Leibowitz has the report.
Waves of Israeli airstrikes on Iranian military targets are ongoing. The army announced that the latest IDF strikes hit laboratories linked to the Iranian nuclear project in the Tehran area. These laboratories had already been targeted during Operation Amkilavi and were again targeted by the IDF. In an earlier wave, the IDF Air Force struck 6 major Iranian military bases, destroying aircraft, including planes used by the IRGC Quds Force and Iranian attack helicopters. Runways and air defense systems were also hit, severely limiting Iran's ability to operate against Israeli aircraft. In still earlier waves, dozens of fighter jets dropped more than 170 bombs on targets in Tehran, Isfahan, and Shiraz. Targets included Quds Force headquarters, surface-to-air missile sites, and drone launch facilities used against Israel. The IDF says these airfields and facilities were key to arming and funding proxy groups across the region, including Hezbollah, Hamas, and the Houthis. Israeli officials say more than 1,900 Iranian soldiers and commanders have been killed in Israeli strikes since the conflict began, with thousands more wounded. The military says operations are ongoing, deepening the blow to all levels of the Iranian regime. While visiting the National Health Command Center, Prime Minister Netanyahu said the time was approaching for the Iranian people to overthrow their government.
השאיפה שלנו להביא את העם האיראני לפרוק את עול העריצות, בסופו של דבר זה תלוי בו, אבל אין ספק שבפעולות שנעשו עד עכשיו אנחנו שוברים להם את העצמות. ועוד ידינו נטויה. אם נצליח יחד עם העם האיראני, אז אנחנו נביא לסיום פרמננטי, במידה שיש דברים כאלה בחיי אומות, אנחנו נביא לשינוי, וכבר מביאים לשינוי כביר במעמדה של ישראל.
U.S. President Donald Trump says the war against the Islamic regime is already nearing completion, claiming the Islamic Republic's military capabilities have been severely degraded. But even as he signals the campaign could end soon, Trump is also warning Tehran that any attempt to escalate or to disrupt global oil supplies would trigger far more devastating U.S. strikes.
In his latest comment on the war, Trump said U.S. and Israel have taken out Iranian leadership multiple times and that the campaign is close to completion. He said Iran has already shot everything they have to shoot, adding if Tehran tries anything cute, it's going to be the end of that country.
We're ahead of our initial timeline by a lot. I would say that we probably would not have thought after a month we'd be here. in addition to the fact that we've taken out the leadership twice and maybe 3 times.
Trump also warned he may target key electricity sites if Iran interferes with global oil supply. He declined to comment on Iran's new supreme leader, Mojtaba Khamenei, but said he has someone in mind to replace him.
As we continue Operation Epic Fury, we're also focused on keeping energy and oil flowing to the world. And I will not allow a terrorist regime to hold the world hostage and attempt to stop the globe's oil supply. And if Iran does anything to do that, they'll get hit at a much, much harder level. I will take out those targets that were easy and that I mentioned just before. We'll take them out so quickly, they'll never be able to recover, ever.
Trump declared, as we continue Operation Epic Fury, I will not allow a terrorist regime to hold the world hostage. If Iran does anything, they'll get hit much, much harder. Iran rejected Trump's warning. Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi told PBS that missile attacks will continue as long as it takes, and negotiations with Washington are off the table. He said U.S. and Israeli efforts to force regime change early in the war have failed.
Explosions continue to shake Beirut's southern suburbs as Israel intensifies strikes on Hezbollah. Close to 1 million Lebanese have fled their homes as Syrian leaders sound warnings about the escalating conflict. ILTV's Devo Klein has the latest.
The southern suburbs of Beirut, a known Hezbollah stronghold, remains under fire as Israel conducts airstrikes and limited ground operations in southern Lebanon against the Iran-backed terror group. The Lebanese and Syrian governments are now both demanding that Hezbollah disarm, but have yet to take decisive action. IDF spokesperson is again warning residents to evacuate beyond the Litani, signaling a larger ground operation could be imminent. Troops from the 401st Brigade operating under the 91st Division are carrying out security operations as part of Israel's forward defensive campaign. During one operation, Israeli forces located and destroyed a Hezbollah rocket launcher used against Israel, eliminating a militant involved in rocket fire. Defense Minister Israel Katz says Hezbollah's attacks on northern Israel create an opportunity for Israel to deliver a major blow. He stresses the campaign must end with greater security for northern communities. More than 1 million Lebanese have left their homes following Israeli evacuation warnings, including 650,000 from Beirut's southern suburbs and 500,000 from southern Lebanon. Katz warns Hezbollah may intensify rocket and drone attacks to divert Israeli attention from the ongoing war with Iran. Lebanese President Ayoun says the rocket fire from Lebanon were a trap, endangering both the country and its people, warning Hezbollah could turn Lebanon into a second Gaza. Syrian President Ahmed al-Shara announced his support for Lebanon's efforts to disarm Hezbollah, saying Syrian forces have been reinforced along the border to prevent the conflict from spilling into Syria and to block cross-border attacks.
Overnight and all throughout yesterday, sirens sounded across parts of northern and central Israel as air defense systems intercepted incoming missiles. Some damage was reported and several people were taken to the hospital for treatment. For more on the situation, we go live now to our recently returned reporter, India Naftali. India, what can you tell us?
That's right, Emily. Well, we learned today, unfortunately, there is a second casualty from yesterday's ballistic missile attack. There were some 40 ballistic missiles shot from Iran towards Israel yesterday. And one of those, we do know, was a cluster missile, which those are notoriously known to be hard to intercept. There were 2 men now that have unfortunately passed away due to that strike. They were both construction workers and they were not in a shelter. One succumbed to his wounds today in Sheba Hospital, we learned. Now, Emily, we also know that there were Hezbollah rocket attacks, one which I witnessed with my own eyes as I was walking out of the airport from my rescue flight. I saw a direct hit in a nearby city, a large boom explosion sound followed by a large cloud of smoke. It was quite shocking to say the least, but we do know there was a school damaged by Iranian missile debris. We know that sirens across northern Israel, and there were even interception over Haifa, sirens across Jerusalem. And we do know, again, people were rushed to the hospital from wounds, and 2 casualties have been reported. Now, in response to those Hezbollah missiles, the IDF is going and carrying out strikes against those Hezbollah targets in order to deter those continual strikes in the future.
Now, I want to ask you, India, what do we know or expect from Hezbollah regarding that rocket fire, especially in the north, in the coming days?
Well, the Israeli officials have said that we should expect more rocket fire from Hezbollah in the coming days. Now, Emily, their strategy is to distract Israel from Iran. Again, Hezbollah is not over yet. You know, we've had that ceasefire with them since last year, and obviously that ceasefire is no more. So we are expected to see more Hezbollah ceasefire. The north of Israel is no joke right now. I have family up there, and what I'm hearing is that they are constantly in the shelter right now. The majority of the attacks from Hezbollah are reaching the north. But I will say, according to statistics, the majority of Iranian missile attacks, of course, no surprise, are targeting central Israel, with a minority of the attacks reaching southern Israel.
All right, well, that is an important update. We will, of course, have India back with us shortly to hear her experience on that rescue flight after being stranded abroad when the war first broke out. But thank you for that update, India. Now to speak with us about the progress of the war in Iran is Khosrow Isfahani of the National Union for Democracy in Iran. Khosrow, thank you so much for joining us today. Great to have you on finally. To start, how would you evaluate this war so far and the targets being struck? Do you think that the approach of the United States and Israel needs to adjust or change at this point?
Hi, Emily. Thanks for having me. So what we have seen so far has been targeted strikes against the Islamic Republic, the regime that has been killing Iranians over the past 5 decades. The reaction on the ground has been absolute joy and celebration in response to these strikes. The first day of the war, even before Sayyid Ali Khamenei, the supreme leader of the Islamic Republic, was killed, women took to the streets, removing their hijabs, dancing. The night that the news broke that Khamenei is dead, people were dancing in Iran across the country. I have testimonies from Tehran that people were dancing on the streets until dawn. But like every war, there are harsher moments. There are moments that people are scared. I was born and raised in Tehran. I love that city. Watching that city being bombed, even when the bombs are falling on the heads of IRGC commanders, it's not an easy scene to watch. The other day, we had videos coming out of an oil depot being struck. Many Iranians have criticized that move. Many military experts believe that move was a mistake. Mistakes are made in every war. We need to move forward. We need to fight this regime that had taken the Iranian nation hostage for 5 decades. Many people hesitate to call this conflict a war, but it is a war. It is a war that started 5 decades ago when the Islamic Republic was created. We have been, Iranians and Israelis have been on the front line of this war against this Islamist fascist state. We have lost so many loved ones. Finally, the United States has also stepped in and is leveling the battleground in favor of the Iranian people in this decades-old war, which has been consistently an uphill battle. We are finally seeing hope in our people. The other day, this Iranian grandmother in her late 70s, she was driving somewhere in Tehran when a missile hit a regime building. Her car was tipped over. She was injured. Blood was gushing out. People rushed in to pull her out of her car. She was laughing. She was laughing. And when people settle her down, she keeps laughing, but tell them the Islamic Republic had taken 47 years of my life from me. 47 years. If by me dying, my children can live freely, I would give the rest of my life happily. That's where most Iranians are. That's why when bombs are falling in Tehran, people are not hiding, they are not cowering. They are standing on rooftops cheering. We finally have hope.
I want to ask you, what are you hearing? You've spoken a bit about it, but what are you hearing from Iranians inside Iran on the ground right now? I know the internet is still off. But what is the situation? Is the IRGC in the streets? Are there still checkpoints? How much freedom of movement do the people have? We've also heard reports about them using schools, the IRGC using schools. What do we know about this?
So, starting from the end, we are dealing with a regime that has exported terrorism around the world. They are not going to shy away from committing any war crime. I would like to call on echoing the message from Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi and call on US and Israeli military officers, leaders of the free world, to stay targeted in their strikes against the regime. We don't want Iranian civilians to be harmed in this war that the Islamic Republic has been fighting against us, against the Iranian people, against Israelis, against Americans, against every nation on the face of the earth. How many Syrians, Lebanese, Iraqis, Afghans have been killed on the hands of the Islamic Republic? We want to cut the losses. We want to end this regime to save lives. That's where we come from. On what the regime is doing on the ground, yes, you are absolutely right. There has been deployment across the country. Checkpoints have been set up. In one of the checkpoints the other day, they opened fire on unarmed Iranians who were trying to go somewhere, not escaping, not even engaging in protests, going from one spot in a city to another. We are dealing with a regime that is extremely paranoid, is scared, and knows it cannot do anything in face of its actual adversaries, the United States and Israel, and it's lashing out. And this lashing out is not limited to the Iranian people in the country. They are also bombing literally every neighbor of Iran. The other day, Javad Zarif, the architect of Iran's moderate and reformist foreign policy, wrote a note advising the government and the IRGC to keep bombing Bahrain and UAE and burn the bridges between them and the Saudis to create enough chaos in the Middle East to reach a point that their escalation, their madness translates into de-escalation. This is the classic Islamic Republic playbook. We cannot fall for it again. We need to march forward and end this regime once and for all.
Well, it's interesting you bring up Zarif, who is considered by the West to be a reformist. Just goes to show there's not much difference between those hardline factions and what the West calls reformist. But I do want to close with this. Not much time left, but a couple of minutes. The American public seems very concerned about this war. Many of them see an endless, expensive war with no out and, in their minds, no necessity for the United States. True or false?
Absolutely false. One point that Americans should understand is that the Islamic Republic has already infiltrated the United States. They have created a network of influence in multiple cities, in major cities, that have been indoctrinating children. The other day when Khamenei died, there was a vigil for him at Manassas Mosque in Virginia. We have been studying these centers across the United States here at Nufti. We have documented their activities when they pledge allegiance to the Islamic Republic's supreme leader. There is a line that they make children sing in Arabic that they are going to sacrifice the lives of their parents for the supreme leader. A child that is singing that song for years, what would take him to turn into a suicide bomber? I don't think much. Yeah. The threat is here. The threat is among Americans, and it can be activated at any moment. Many Americans have already been killed by the Islamic Republic. This threat needs to be over soon, or more will die.
All right. Well, I want to thank you for your insights. Gave us a lot to think about today. Khosrow Isfahani from Nufti. Thank you so much.
Thanks for having me.
Well, as the conflict against the Islamic Republic continues, Israel and the United States remain united on the front lines in this fight for freedom. The Islamic Republic continues to launch those missiles and drones at the Holy Land, and a missile strike in Beit Shemesh killed 9 Israelis and destroyed a synagogue. Another attack in central Israel left 2 more dead. Even hospitals are not immune. A drone struck Galilee Medical Center, one of the hospitals supported by the International Fellowship of Christians and Jews. Millions of Israelis remain under a national state of emergency, sheltering from the continued attacks. The International Fellowship of Christians and Jews is on the ground right now deploying reinforced mobile bomb shelters, equipping first responders with life-saving gear, supporting hospitals, and providing food to displaced families and elderly. In this critical hour, your support helps protect Israel's most vulnerable and stands firmly for freedom and faith. Stand for Israel, stand for freedom, and give generously today. To rush your gift, call 888-488-IFCJ. 888-488-IFCJ. You can also go online, ifcj.org. Turkey issued sharp warnings to Iran after missiles fired from Tehran passed near or into Turkish airspace, but remains cautious, refusing to strike back thus far. Turkish officials say air defense systems intercepted at least 2 Iranian missiles over southern Turkey, with debris falling in Gaziantep region near the Syrian border. No casualties were reported in the incident. President Erdogan warned Tehran against what he called provocative actions, but stopped short of taking military action. Ankara says its forces and NATO missile systems remain on high alert. Despite the risk of escalation and the conflict spilling into Turkey, Erdogan so far has held back, leaving questions about his willingness to act decisively.
Bugünkü hadise bağlamında yanlışta ısrar ve inat edilmemesi gerektiğini bir kez daha hatırlatıyorum. Gelişmeleri NATO ve diğer müttefiklerimizle eşgüdüm içinde takip edecek, güvenliğimizi tahkim edecek ilave önlemleri almayı sürdüreceğiz. Akabinde İran makamlarına gerekli ikazlar yapıldı. Ancak burada şu hususu altını çizerek ifade etmek durumundayım. Samimi uyarılarımıza rağmen Türkiye'nin dostluğunu zora sokacak son derece yanlış ve provokatif adımlar atılmaya devam ediyor.
Israel has begun operating rescue flights to bring home tens of thousands of Israelis stranded abroad after the country's airspace was closed at the start of the war. One of those passengers was our reporter, India Naftali, who landed back in Israel yesterday, only to be welcomed by missiles shortly after arriving. She now shares more about her experience on the rescue flight, what it was like, and landing back in Israel.
I've just arrived at Ben Gurion Airport after taking one of Israel's rescue flights home. It was a 12-hour flight. I was stranded abroad on a work trip when the war broke out, and like many Israelis, I was desperate to get back. Now, El Al pilots are mostly former Israeli Air Force pilots, and the airline's aircraft are equipped with anti-missile defense systems, so despite everything, I felt confident making the journey home.
Just moments after this, a red alert siren sounded.
Okay, guys, there's now a rocket attack here at the airport.
Everyone at the airport was rushed into a bunker. But the drama didn't end there. After leaving the airport, I witnessed in the distance a direct hit from a Hezbollah rocket. There was a loud boom and a large cloud of smoke. But from where I was standing, there were no sirens. Ben Gurion Airport is now operating in a limited capacity, with rescue flights bringing stranded Israelis home, while some outbound flights have also resumed. My flight from Miami was completely full, with around 250 passengers on board. My original flight was scheduled for March 1st, but got canceled when the war began. I was rebooked on an El Al rescue flight at no extra cost. El Al is now operating rescue flights from more than 20 destinations around the world, and so far, all of the flights have landed safely, although a few have had to divert or delay landings due to missile and rocket attacks.
Oil prices fell today after hitting an over 3-year high in the prior session, as U.S. President Donald Trump predicted the war in the Middle East could end soon, easing concerns about prolonged disruptions to global oil supplies. Yesterday, Wall Street opened lower as surging oil prices sparked new fears about global inflation and economic stability. The declines followed sharper losses across European and Asian markets. Investors are reacting to spiking crude prices, which briefly surged to nearly $120 a barrel, the highest level in about 4 years. Markets have been on the edge since the war with Iran began, with traders watching closely for any disruption to global energy supplies. Schools, too, remain closed and gathering restrictions stay in place across Israel as the war with the Islamic Republic continues. The IDF Homefront Command says current restrictions will remain until Saturday at 8 p.m. when another assessment will be made. Educational activities are still prohibited with only limited exceptions. Gatherings of up to 50 people are allowed as long as a shelter can be reached in time. Workplaces can operate under the same conditions. Education Minister Yoav Kish has postponed his plan to gradually reopen schools, which is now expected to start on Sunday. And now let's take a look at the weather forecast. Cloudy skies are expected around most of the country tonight, with temperatures reaching lows of 9 degrees Celsius or 48 degrees Fahrenheit. Then tomorrow we'll see sunny skies alongside steady temperatures, seeing highs of 20 degrees Celsius or 69 degrees Fahrenheit. And that does it for today's news. For the latest updates from Israel on all of your devices, be sure to follow our ILTV channels and keep up with us on social media. That's ILTV_Israel on all platforms. Stay informed with the latest news straight from the heart of Israel. I'm Emily Schrader. Be well, and thank you for watching.
Welcome to ILTV Insider. I'm Ayan Hoffman, Executive Editor, and I'll be your host today. The war between Israel, the United States, and Iran is in its second week. Israeli and American forces have struck deep inside Iran. The IDF says it has destroyed well over half of the regime's missile launchers and most of the country's air defenses. But despite those successes, rockets are still being fired, and the Iranian regime remains in power. So the big question is, what comes next? Are Israel and the United States actually winning the war? Could we see boots on the ground? And is there a real endgame in sight? To help us understand more, I'm joined by Michael Harari, a former ambassador and policy fellow at Mitvim, and Dan Pfefferman of Mideast 24. Let's get started. Dan, I want to start with you. Israel and the United States have been striking inside Iran directly for 10 days. So let's ask the big question. Are we actually winning?
That is the big question. And in order to answer, are we actually winning, you first have to ask, what are the war goals, right? And are you achieving them? And so, one of the difficult things to answer about this is, what are Israel's war goals? What are America's war goals? I'm not sure they're actually the same. They coincide. There's a lot of overlap, which is why the United States, and it needs to be clear, this is an American operation that Israel is taking a very big part in. But before you ask, are we winning, what are the goals? And so if the goal is to weaken Iran and degrade its capabilities, the nuclear capabilities were supposedly and reportedly weakened significantly back in June of 2025. This time seems to be going massively after the ballistic missile capacity, not just the ability to launch, not just the storage, but the manufacturing, the entire defense industry. You can say absolutely we're winning if that's the goal. If you're talking about what the Americans have been focused on, which is also taking out Iran's navy, it seems to be almost entirely destroyed. That seems to be key. If you're talking about a major goal of regime change or toppling this regime, then it's not entirely clear that this is how one does that. And so it's a lot harder to answer that question.
Michael, do you agree?
I fully agree, actually, very much. I think this distinction is very much important. Let's say, did we weaken the regime? The answer is very much positive, absolutely. If the aim is regime change, so this is very ambitious. It's too ambitious. And actually, we should know that regime change takes place whenever we have no idea, let's say, how it takes place, actually for them as well. So if this is regime change still, the aim. So we are very much in a very complicated situation.
And we're definitely going to talk more about that and how we need the people potentially even to go out to the streets versus those airstrikes. But, you know, if Dan is correct and we are winning militarily, if we have taken out these launchers and we're going into there to eradicate their systems, then, Michael, why are we still running to shelters so often? I mean, earlier today already, I mean, I was driving into the office and rockets are exploding overhead.
Because they keep firing missiles, and they will keep firing missiles. Basically, for Iran is a bit similar to Hamas. If they survive, if the regime survives, they win the game. So I suppose, I mean, it's quite difficult, let's say, to expect no more, let's say, launches of missiles or whatever, let's say. From their point of view, they need to stick to this present situation. Look at the successor of Ali Khamenei, the son. Basically, this is a cut-clear message, in my humble opinion, that we are there. The regime is there, and this is continuation of what had been taking place, let's say, until now.
Certainly, and I mean, I think everybody sort of expected that we would see the regime start to fall quicker, especially with the assassination of Ali Khamenei, his father, yes, the Ayatollah. I think that many people expected that that would move forward. But as you said, that's not what's happened. So why has it not happened yet?
Well, first, let's take one step back. The number of missiles being fired every day has gotten considerably lower and lower since the beginning. Israel, I think Prime Minister Netanyahu even today announced that the Israeli Air Force has taken out almost all of their launchers, right? And the United States is also significantly going after capability. So, you know, if we were talking about hundreds of missiles in the first day and then a few hundreds less the second day and into the third day, you're now talking about tens of missiles on any given day, and that is a significant achievement, right? Military successes and advances are never binary. You have to look at what is the trajectory, what is the trend. So that's one, and in that sense, we are winning. We're going to the shelter less. There's less damage, etc.
Had a quiet night last night.
Now, had a quieter night last night. Now, to Ambassador Harari's point here, the second thing we have to look at is, again, you know, what is our objective? So if our objective is regime change, right, Ali Khamenei was taken out on the first day. His son Mojtaba was just appointed. One of the things we have to understand about the Iranian regime is that it is not in similar vein to the Assad family, to Saddam Hussein, to Gaddafi, where it was based on a singular individual. This is actually a regime that has a widespread and kind of multiple nodes of power. Right, so you take out the leader, they'll appoint a new one. You have the IRGC, you have the different mullah ruling councils, you have the military and the intelligence, you have the economic interests, and they are all interconnected, but there's not one node that you can take out in a strike and everything crumbles down like you have in other dictatorial regimes. It's a much more complicated scenario than that. If the stated goal is regime toppling, then I agree with what Mike said. We have not achieved that yet. All they have to do is survive and keep firing to the end. If our goal is weakening, if our goal is a better nuclear program, if a nuclear deal, if our goal is to take out the ballistic missile program, then that can be achieved, but we're not quite there yet. And a lot of the success is going to depend on when the United States, Israel, and of course, if those are the same, declare what those goals are. I think purposefully, you know, some critics have said that the United States certainly doesn't know what it wants to achieve yet, and it keeps changing it. I think they do know what they want to achieve, and they're using strategic ambiguity for the sake of communications, not to, you know, show all the cards.
But I would say that Israel's been very clear that it wants regime change. I mean, and it's talks about that whoever takes over from Khamenei, right, is going to be the next target. They're trying to go down through the ranks and kill all of the leadership and assassinate the people that could take over, so that there wouldn't be potential for the next for the regime to continue. But Michael, the truth of the matter is, we're doing it all with airstrikes.
Yes.
Can airstrikes actually topple a regime?
No. The answer is no. Dan knows better than me, I suppose. I mean, but no, the answer is no. And I think that we should be very much modest when we speak about regime change. It's a bit some kind of wishful. I mean, did we have any idea when Assad regime will collapse? Neither he himself, did we have any idea when President Mubarak, during the Arab Spring, will decide that his regime is collapsed, and this is very stable as a country? So I suppose without boots on the ground, there is no possibility, or let's say a serious one, to topple a regime. And to be very much modest when we aim this kind of goal. weakening the regime is extremely important and substantial, let's say, achievement. I mean, we shouldn't forget it.
But it just means we'll have another round of fighting if we weaken and don't
Not by
replace.
necessity. Not by necessity. There was very much interesting, article by Abdurrahman Rashid, former editor of Sharq al-Awsat, very much familiar with the Saudi, let's say, thinking. He wrote that the last 10 days have removed existential threat to the Gulf countries, weakening substantially the regime in Iran. Is it good enough? Not too bad. He was very much blunt about his anti-Iranian words and policy, of course. So I suppose these achievements, let's say, are not too bad if we are rational and focused. And we're
already getting an alert. You see, the rockets are not done. Well, we're getting an alert now, but we are getting told that we have some time. So I think we can speak until they send us a siren and we have to run to those shelters. You mentioned something which is specifically boots on the ground. And actually, when U.S. President Trump was asked about boots on the ground, he said he wouldn't commit to the answer being necessarily no. That in fact, boots on the ground may be something that we see. If that is the case, what would it actually mean? Where would those boots on the ground go and what would be their role in Iran?
For the time being, I don't think that we see any potential for boots on the ground. I mean, there was a bit of talk about the Kurds from Iraq maybe or whatever, and the Kurds in Iran. I don't see it as a very, let's say, realistic one. They should make their mind how much this gamble is very much, important for them. So boots on the ground, I don't think that for the time being, at least, is very much, let's say, a realistic option.
Do you agree with that? No boots on the ground? No U.S. or Israeli boots?
It's hard for me to see boots on the ground in the classic scenario. I agree with Mike on that point. Again, we have to ask the question, what does that mean, boots on the ground? Are you talking about special forces operations on the ground?
That would be boots.
It is possible that we can imagine scenarios where you see... By the way, I wouldn't put it out of our imagination if there are Delta Force and or Sayeret Matkal type covert boots on the ground, so to speak, on the ground now. We have no idea, the public has no idea what's happening as far as special operations. We don't know what's happening as far as preparing different groups on the ground. We talked about the Kurds. There's also the Baluchis. There's the Ahvazis. There's other separatist groups. Some are armed, some are not. Some are in neighboring borders, the Pakistani border, the Iranian border. Iran, there are different scenarios here. And so one of the scenarios that we're talking about, if you're talking about regime change, if you're talking about weakening the regime, if you're talking boots on the ground, is what does that mean? Do I imagine a massive, 100,000, 200,000 American troops going in? No. Very hard for me to see that. There's very little justification. Trump does not even have the backing from the Republican Party, let alone the Democrats, and nor has he even made any kind of effort to do that. Could you imagine special operations? It's possible. And that would be another escalation. What we have seen from this regime and the talk of boots on the ground, or at least him not, canceling that outright, is again keeping the Iranians, keeping everybody, the Chinese, the Russians, the Gulf countries, guessing what's going to happen. That's always been kind of the Trump administration's way, not showing your cards. This is not war in that classic sense. And we still don't know what's happening behind the scenes. We don't know what's happening as far as who the Americans and or the Israelis or the British or others are in touch with on the ground, as far as separatist movements, as far as protest movements. There's also a lot more between airstrikes and boots on the ground. You have cyber operations. You have a whole range of different things that intelligence agencies do. There's economic efforts. There's diplomatic efforts. And so, when we should talk about this, there are ways to topple a regime. Yes, airstrikes are not the way to topple a regime. They're a way to weaken a regime. And then there's a whole other gamut of things between the diplomatic and the military and the intelligence that can be done to further along this track, if that is indeed the goal of the American-Israeli strike on Iran.
Now, some analysts, though, Dan, are really warning that if we keep going with this could become one of those forever wars that we actually, like Trump has said, it'll be a short war. His cabinet has said that, and Netanyahu has certainly said that, but it doesn't necessarily look like there's an end in sight. Do you believe that this war is going to end soon, or is that potential of, are we setting ourselves up for something very long-term that we're going to be consistently fighting Iran?
I believe the intensity, the intense phase of which we are in right now will end soon. I think it is not in the American or the Israeli interest or Israeli capability to maintain this level of intense fighting. And what you could see is a number of scenarios, right? The regime could topple. We never know when that's going to happen, as you said. By the way, the Soviet Union, nobody knew when it was going to topple. We know that the regime is rusted and corrupt from within. It could topple tomorrow, and it could topple in a few years. It will topple. The question is when. There could be a Venezuela-style change from within where the leadership structure changes, and that is something that could be happening as we speak, and we frankly don't know. There was one Israeli analyst who pointed out, look at who's been assassinated, but also look who hasn't been assassinated. And that's an interesting scenario. And then, of course, the third option that we need to look at is there a popular uprising that gets up, again, tomorrow, in a week, in a month, in a year, and just takes over the country dissolves. Maybe there's a leadership transition, maybe there's not. These are all the scenarios we look at. It's hard for me to imagine that this level of sustained bombing in Iran keeps going more than another week or two. I might eat my hat on that, but that's just my guess for now.
Well, we'll have to revisit that in a week.
I agree. I agree. I think that we should look for exit strategy. And for the time being, there is no exit strategy. And I suppose, let's say, the pressure will insert itself, whether in Washington or in the region. I mean, we shouldn't underestimate the pressures from the Gulf. The Gulf is very much next to the Americans and next to Israel, but the closure of the Hormuz Straits, the fact that they are not able to export energy, the fact that prices are very much bumpy of energy, let's say, products. I mean, all these together will create some kind of pressure that will force Washington and Jerusalem, let's say, and mainly, I suppose, the Americans, of course, I mean, to find any kind of exit strategy.
So, Michael, you mentioned about the players in the region, and now we're starting to see Saudi Arabia, Qatar really coming out, of course, against Iran, which they always were, but also feeling much more like allies, not only with the United States, but with Israel. Do you think that things are going to be shifting in that direction, assuming success of this war?
Well, they are already shifting, let's say, towards this one. But assuming success, again, it depends what kind of success, I mean, are we assuming? If it's going to be regime change, one thing. If it's going to be, let's say, end of this scene with weakening the regime, weakening Iran, which is, okay, very much important, it's a different thing. I don't think that we should expect too much of, let's say, normalization, let's say, with these countries. The fact that we stood together against Iran, it's extremely, extremely important. And they did not hide, let's say, out of this anti-Iranian policy or standing with the Americans and with us. This is by itself is very much important.
Do you really think there won't be any normalization if we are able to have the regime change?
Not because of this, right? That this is not the issue that will or won't drive or push away normalization, right? There are a number of other issues at play. Some of these countries really do genuinely insist on a solution to the Palestinian issue, and they don't want to drop that. Some of them are trying to navigate general regional dynamics. A weakened Iran is in the interest of all of the Gulf countries, virtually, but their approach has always been diplomatic and not combative. These are not military powers. These are countries that rely on stability. These are countries that have strong trade ties, tourism, and so their kind of model is quiet, regional movement, tourism, business, flow of oil, etc. And having an ongoing war with Iran is not something that's in their interest or in their capabilities. The fact that they were attacked by Iran after they made a very clear point that they are not a part of this, that strikes will not be launched from their countries, in my opinion, was a major miscalculation on the part of the Iranian regime. Before that, they were sitting out. Before that, they were slightly critical, at least publicly, of these strikes. And now it has galvanized them to be very supportive of the ongoing operations against Iran and to be extremely critical of the Iranian regime. But between now supporting these operations on Iran and having that linkage to more normalization with Israel is a big stretch. What we did see is, again, massive, and we saw this before during the 12-day war. We saw this on the previous round when Iran launched hundreds of ballistic missiles and projectiles and drones at Israel. You're seeing something that is dramatic, and that is massive, massive U.S. coordinated and led military intelligence cooperation, sort of a Middle East NATO. We can call it a METO, if you will. But that and normalization are two different things, two different trajectories, and I don't think we should try to put them try to put that square in the circle peg, or however that.
Even though I would say that a lot of the Abraham Accords was centered around a defense pact and idea that you were going to want to be able to combat Iran's extremism in the region. So there certainly is something related to that. I want to just turn to a minute to we're going to run out of time soon, but I do want to focus for a minute on our borders, because we're seeing not only Iranian rockets but certainly a number of Hezbollah rockets. Hezbollah joined the war, and we had spent 2.5 years trying to weaken Hezbollah. We had killed the majority of its leadership, like we're doing now in Iran. How is it possible that Hezbollah has built up so much in such a short period of time? It calls into question what Israel actually accomplished there. Michael, what do you think?
Well, once again, we have weakened dramatically Hezbollah. We did not destroy its ability. This is very clear. I mean, we reached the ceasefire agreement, etc., etc. And it did open a path of a political process in Lebanon, which is extremely important. I mean, and this process, at the end, hopefully, it will lead to very weak Hezbollah, which will enable the Lebanese government, let's say, to implement its authority. Actually, a few days ago, the government of Lebanon, not able to implement its will over Hezbollah, still, it issued very important statement, a very important, let's say, resolution, calling whatever Hezbollah is doing as illegal, okay? Calling for resuming the negotiation with Israel as well, political negotiation, which is very much important. It does not mean that we should not, let's say, retaliate vis-a-vis Hezbollah. It does mean that we should answer this initiative, political initiative, by the Lebanese government.
But then on the other border, of course, we have Hamas. Now, Hamas has been very quiet, Dan, throughout this entire escalation. Why is it so quiet? What does that mean for Israel?
I'll say something about Hamas. I'll add another just point about Lebanon, okay? And what Mike said is very important. It opened the path that the government, for the first time, because Hezbollah was so weakened, that the government and serious media figures in the government and the Lebanese army are calling for, and to some extent, working to minimize, limit, prevent Hezbollah from operating, open calls against Hezbollah. That is a major step. You mentioned, why are they still firing? Imagine how much they would be firing if they weren't as weakened. Again, people always talk about what is. They never mention what isn't happening, and that's because their abilities were degraded. Hamas, I believe, simply does not have the capability to do anything other than reinstill its reign of terror on the Gazan population. That's really what it's capable of doing now. By the way, I'll just go back to Hezbollah for a second and then tie that into Hamas here. Hezbollah, since the ceasefire was signed, went underground, but it never stopped trying to rearm, reestablish itself as much as it could. And so that's something that's to be considered. And so we're now dealing with what was left of Hezbollah plus the delta of what they managed to rebuild since. Hamas is trying to rebuild. They will do as much as possible. The fact that we have such good control over a tighter periphery around Gaza, Hamas just simply doesn't have the capability to launch any kind of serious attacks against Israel at the moment. Of course, they will try to rebuild. That is what they do. But at the moment, that's where we are. And if they could, they would. Interestingly enough, I'll just kind of end on this point, the Houthis haven't joined into this fight.
That was going to be my next question,
and that'll be another big question of if and when they do that. And then, of course, Israel and the United States and others will have to turn their attention to stopping the Houthis from interfering and disrupting shipping and raining terror on Saudi Arabia and on Israel once again.
Now, we are going to ask just one last question because we are almost out of time. But, Mike, I'd love to have your vision. If this war ends in the next week or two, the people of Iran take to the streets and finish the job and have regime change, what is the vision 5-10 years from now of how it will look in the Middle East?
If this happens, hopefully, if this happens, let's say, I suppose we will be able to establish whatever we are wishing for, much more stable Middle East, much more, let's say, normal relations. But we will remain with the Palestinian question, I suppose. So we should not forget that this is, a major challenge.
So there's always a question and a challenge on the table. So unfortunately, Dan, I'm sorry, we are out of time, so I do have to stop us. But I do really want to thank you both, Michael and Dan, for being here tonight, and to wish all of our viewers a safe and pleasant evening. If you found this discussion valuable, please check out the ILTV podcast for a further series of in-depth interviews on YouTube, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Ayan Hoffman. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you next time.
Welcome to Viewpoint on ILTV, where we bring you thought leaders, stakeholders, and other experts from the Middle East and beyond. I'm Emily Schrader, and today we'll be speaking with the Crown Prince of Iran, Reza Pahlavi, who in recent years has become a leading voice for the Iranian people in the fight against the regime in Iran. Your Highness, it's an honor to have you with us. The Crown Prince of Iran, Reza Pahlavi, thank you for joining us today. Now, I want to start by asking you, there's a lot of people speaking about the Gaza war, but the agenda of the Islamic Republic, of course, extends far beyond just Israel and their terror proxies. Do you think that the West understands the nature of the Islamic Republic? And if not, how can we help educate them?
Well, the most important factor in understanding the nature of the regime is look at its behavior and consistency in its behavior ever since its existence. The DNA of this regime is the complete opposite of the desire and aspiration of Iranians who, let's not forget, were the first hostages of this regime. And it has always tried to use Iran as a launching pad for their ideological indoctrination of the rest of the world and exporting this ideology. In fact, their military branch, the IRGC, is mandated to help them export this ideology all the way across the world. And of course, the proxy war is also one way that they keep the focus away from themselves, engage in regional conflicts, and the regime has always fomented instability in order to keep itself in power, repression at home and conflict abroad. So I think if you look at the past 40 years, and my biggest criticism of the basic flaw in Western governments' analysis or policy vis-a-vis the regime was because it was based on a false premise of behavior change as a goal. And if you look at everything that followed, whether they were using diplomacy or strength in terms of carrot and the stick approach, as we say, and it was based on behavior change. Whereas we have always argued that the only solution is actually an end to this regime and not expecting any behavior change from them. So I think by the passage of time, it appears like this understanding is becoming a bit clearer. But is it necessary to simply understand? I think the next steps have to be taken. You cannot expect for this evil regime to disappear by itself. You need to actually put an end to it. Now, I always argue that this is a campaign of Iranians, by Iranians at home, but they deserve to have some support because all these years they had no supports whatsoever. And there are ways to achieve that, not by means of foreign intervention or military attacks, but by means of invigorating and equaling the playing field for Iranians to be able to overcome this regime. But why is it in the benefit, in the best interest of the free world as well? We're not asking them to shed a tear for us out of compassion. At least stick to your values of freedom and democracy and be defending the rights of Iranians to self-determination, which is what they ask. But you need to help them the same way we helped many dissidents in other countries overcome their dictatorial system, authoritarian system. And it's consistent with the same approach, that if you believe that Iranians deserve to have the same freedoms that you as Westerners enjoy in your countries, then don't let them be thrown under the bus by cutting a deal with this regime that represses them, that kills them, that tortures them, that executes them, that shoots bullets into the eyes of their young people, and instead say, we are in solidarity with you, we will help you overcome. I think that has to be the major shift in attitude, because staying within the status quo and hoping by miracle to have a change of behavior is a total waste of time And as we're getting more critically close to the red line of nuclear threat, and we don't explore an opportunity of having change before resorting to more dire measures, that would be such a historically criminal thing to do. And Iranians are saying to the whole world, we are on your side, why don't you come and help us?
Now, you've spoken quite a bit about maximum pressure on the regime and maximum support for the Iranian people, as you alluded to in the previous question. I'm wondering what that actually looks like in terms of policy. What can the West actually do to have policies that will support the people and promote regime change?
The most important thing, considering not the desired outcome, as we've seen either in Afghanistan or Iraq, is to understand that change in Iran is not going to be tantamount to another failed state. Because the Iranian people are ready for that change, and have demonstrated their capability if given the chance. That's the whole premise of our argument, that Iranians are ready for change. That if we have a scenario whereby we can guarantee the maximum defections of elements stuck with the regime that don't believe in this regime any longer, and they want to be part of the solution, that's the best way to guarantee a smooth transition without having, at the end of the day, post-regime, a situation of anarchy and disorder. So it's a controlled implosion with an actual game plan, with a transfer of authority and transitional governance, which is part of my campaign and what I'm trying to explain. So we can get to a point that Iranians can finally say, now it's up to us to decide for ourselves. We have a mechanism, we have a process, and we have, beyond the obvious liberty, freedom, democracy, and what have you, but a roadmap to recovery, that the country has the opportunity to now bring in foreign investment, address the issue of employment, job creation, everything that economically makes sense to the average person on the streets, because the rest is all motherhood and apple pie. But how do you actually translate it to something that is beneficial, not only for Iranians, but for those who will benefit from it? So it's a win-win scenario. That makes much more sense than hoping that this regime, with its corrupt mafia in charge, continuing its proxy wars, is going to offer any better solution that it had in the past 40 years. There has to be that change of paradigm.
When it comes to the state of Israel, there have been some voices within Israel who have advocated for separatism as a means of weakening the regime. Now, of course, this isn't the case. In a way, it actually strengthens the regime. This is a conspiracy that the regime itself has spewed for years in order to, cut down the dissidents and undermine them, saying that people want to divide Iran. Why is separatism wrong? Why is this actually a way of strengthening the regime?
Well, first and foremost, to give the regime an excuse to crack down even more in the name of, protecting the land. But Iranians in nature are proud of their past and history. Iran was a melting pot long before America became an example of it in latter years. For centuries, we had ethnic groups, different religions live under the same roof side by side and in peace. That was the nation state that Iran was for centuries. And to this day, especially when you look at the Mahsa Amini situation and the revolution, in the four corners of Iran, they were treating it as a national cause. It was not a Kurdish issue or an Azerbaijani issue and so on and so forth. Now, there are separatists. I believe that the numbers are minimal. There are fringe arguments, but they're given too much a platform, and that's dangerous, and I tell you why. Because Iranians will hesitate when they think that there are certain governments or other forces at play that will be encouraging this kind of separatism, and Iranians are proud of their land is sacred, and there's a reason why you have a sense of national identity. There's a flag that represents a nation, and that's our red line anyway as nationalists. And we believe that we don't need to get there, because I'm not saying that ethnic groups have not suffered at the hand of this regime. But what Iranian is left in Iran that hasn't suffered on this regime? You have suffered because of your ethnicity, you have suffered because of your faith, you have suffered because of your sexual orientation, you have suffered because you're just a woman and treated as a second-class citizen. This is the doing of this regime. That's not Iran. That's not what is in the heart of every Iranian, that respect one another, that don't care whether you're Muslim or Jewish or Zoroastrian or atheist. They don't care whether you're leftist or rightist, so long as you observe the rules of the game and democracy and respect and mutual tolerance. This is part of our, I think, to some extent, culture that was completely devastated by this regime. So I think the guarantee in terms of having equality and end to any kind of discrimination rides solely on what we think is this formula, which is a secular democratic system replacing this autocratic religious dictatorship.
Now, you spoke at the Israeli-American Council conference calling for peace and cooperation between the State of Israel and a future free Iran, even a Cyrus Accords as a follow-up to the Abraham Accords. What would a future Israel-Iran relationship look like in a free Iran?
A true strategic partnership in the best interest of not just the two countries, but our entire region. Look at the challenges that we face. Not just the region, the whole world does. Climate change, economic issues, water shortages, which is a major issue now as far as Iran is concerned. And in fact, part of the reason I traveled to Israel was to talk to Israeli experts that are the best in the world in terms of water management and understanding the challenges and recommendation as to how to deal with it from every aspect, and many other things, technology, industry, innovation, and what have you. I think the whole region will benefit from it, but first and foremost, it's an element of stability. And if the Middle East has always been challenged by these conflicts that we've had, I think it's important to show and demonstrate that two critical countries in that region can work with one another. It was in the same spirit that when my father was very much helpful to President Sadat, when at the time he established a relationship with Golda Meir, and it led to an Egyptian-Israeli peace agreement. It means that in the right climate, you can achieve peace. And again, in the same spirit, how could you possibly have stability and peace in a region that you have one element and a terrorist regime that is constantly fomenting conflict? So a different Iran with the right partners would be able to not only set the stage for the kind of climate that is conducive to not only peace and something that everybody wants, but all the opportunities behind it. Economic development, interaction, it's good, it's profitable for everyone. I think that's an approach that will have many supporters, from Saudi Arabia to Egypt to Israel to Syria to all the countries that currently are stuck with the status quo.
Absolutely. Your Highness, Reza Pahlavi, thank you so much for joining us.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Welcome back to ILTV on the Hour. I'm Kalev Ben David, coming to you live from Israel, bringing you all of the biggest headlines from across the region. It's day 12 of Operation Roaring Lion, the war with Iran, and these are the latest developments. The U.S. and Israel are continuing to pound Iran with devastating airstrikes. The IDF says it has degraded or destroyed many of the key assets of Iran's Basij militia in one of the country's western provinces, dealing another blow to the regime's internal security apparatus used to enforce control and suppress dissent. Targets included the main internal security headquarters, a central intelligence command center, IRGC facilities responsible for cracking down on protests, and several Basij command posts. Officials say the strikes are part of a broader effort to weaken the core power structures of the Iranian regime. Israeli Defense Minister Israel Katz, speaking at a briefing with IDF Chief of Staff Eyal Zamir, said there is no time limit on the campaign against Iran.
אנחנו נמשיך לפעול ולקטוש את המשטר הזה וגם את היעדים האסטרטגיים של המשטר הזה בטהרן, בכל רחבי איראן, יום אחרי יום, מטרה אחרי מטרה. אנחנו נמשיך לעשות את זה, וגם כדי לאפשר לעם האיראני לקום ולפעול ולהעיף את המשטר הזה. בסופו של דבר זה דבר שתלוי בהם. המבצע הזה, אני רוצה לומר שיהיה מאוד ברור, בהובלת נשיא ארצות הברית דונלד טראמפ וראש ממשלת ישראל בנימין נתניהו, שיום יום משוחחים ומתאמים ומשם מנחים וקובעים את המדיניות, ובביצוע שלכם ושל סלקום ביחד עם צבא ארצות הברית, המבצע הזה יימשך ללא שום מגבלת זמן, ככל שידרש, עד שנשיג את כל היעדים ונכריע את המערכה.
Meanwhile, air raid sirens rang out across central and northern Israel in the early afternoon today, heralding the latest missile attacks from Iran and Hezbollah in Lebanon. Those were intercepted by air defense systems, with no injuries or damages reported. And it was a restless night for residents of central and northern Israel last night. Their sleep interrupted by a series of air raid alerts. Again, no injuries or damage reported, as the projectiles were either intercepted by air defense systems or fell into open areas. Iran has fired over 300 rockets at Israel since the war began, about half of them armed with cluster warheads. Data from Israel's tax authority shows that after 11 days of war, over 9,000 claims were filed asking compensation for damages to buildings and vehicles. Well, that's still less than the total number of claims filed after just 2 days of fighting between Israel and Iran last June. One Hezbollah missile that did get through Israel's air defense managed to hit a commercial satellite station in the Ela Valley on Monday. That's what you just saw. The military confirming the strike after a passing motorist filmed the attack and posted it on social media. The IDF says this was an isolated incident. Israel has launched a new wave of airstrikes in Beirut's southern suburbs, a Hezbollah stronghold known as Dahia, after the IDF reiterated evacuation warnings for residents in the area. The military saying the strikes targeted Hezbollah terror infrastructure. At the same time, Israeli ground forces continue operations in South Lebanon aimed at disrupting Hezbollah's military networks. The IDF says troops identified a Hezbollah cell that was quickly eliminated in an airstrike. Forces also discovering weapons and propaganda material belonging to the group. Now, this comes amid signs of a possible diplomatic shift from Beirut. Lebanon's president, Joseph Aoun, is now signaling support for direct talks with Israel in an effort to secure a ceasefire and prevent a wider war. Aoun says his government is prepared to pursue negotiations with Israel under international supervision as part of a plan to end the current conflict. Aoun has accused Hezbollah of dragging Lebanon towards disaster, warning the country could become a second Gaza if the fighting continues. And that ends this update on ILTV. You can continue to follow us on our hourly broadcasts, or of course check out our app. There's the QR code on your screen. Thank you for joining us. I'm Caleb Ben David, and keep watching.
ILTV News, your source for Israel in English. Reporting from the ground where it happens, as it happens. An authentic, trusted voice in daily Israel news. Airing on 11 international TV channels and now launching a 24/7 Israeli news channel. Reaching millions every month across all social platforms. Independent, real, powered by truth. We don't just report, we connect, thanks to a worldwide community that stands for truth. This is ILTV, your source for Israel in English.
The regime in Iran is very predictable in that they would never try to confront you, not directly, if they don't guarantee victory. They are terrified of one man and one man only. It's not Donald Trump. It's Benjamin Netanyahu.
Hello and welcome to the ILTV podcast. I'm Ayan Hoffman, executive editor of ILTV. We are so happy to welcome back our viewers and our listeners. Today we have a guest that you have not met before, somebody who is unique in where she comes from, what she stands for, and more importantly, the work she has done. Catherine Peretz-Shakdam, the executive director of We Believe in Israel. Welcome, Catherine.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Of course. Now, Catherine, before we get into all of the Iran and the geopolitics and everything that is going on today, I actually want to start with you. You have a very interesting story. Born in a Jewish family in France, married a Yemenite Muslim, if I understand correctly, and then lived in the Islamic world only later to return to your Jewish identity. We don't have forever, but give me in 3-4 minutes, who you are, how this came to be. How do you describe yourself?
Okay, very confused, I think I was at the very beginning. So, like you said, I grew up in a very secular Jewish background. I come from Sephardi heritage, if you speak to my father. If you speak to my mother, who passed away, but on my mother's side, Ashkenazi. So I'm a mix. But my dad holds on to the Sephardi bit. And so was born and raised in Paris, went to study in LSE, London School of Economics in London, and I met the man who would become my future ex-husband. At the time, I think I was very confused about who I was. I was 18, I had lost my mother when I was 11, grew up in boarding school, so pretty much on my own. And I was just looking for my place in the world. And, this man came into my life with very strong ideas about who he was, his position in relation to religion. And having been raised tolerant, I was under the impression that it didn't matter, love would conquer all. Now looking back, I don't think I was in love. I think I was just looking for a way to belong and to be accepted, because I had felt abandoned many times over. So I definitely had issues that I have dealt with ever since. And so I married. I had 2 children. We went to live in Yemen for a little bit. It was fun. And my experience in Yemen was not fun. So I was confronted with the reality of radicalism in its most abject form. This is not to say that Yemen is just that, but that was my experience. It was brutal. It was violent, psychologically draining. And as my identity as a Jewish woman and a Jewish mother, because I had 2 children, was being questioned, challenged, picked on, that everything that Israel was doing, good or bad, was blamed on me somehow, because I belonged to, the great Zionist entity. And up until that point, I never thought myself a Zionist, not in that sense. I knew that, of course, Israel was home. But I never thought about it that way, because I was very apolitical. But the reality of geopolitics caught up with me. And then I got curious due to my education, due to the fact that I was in Yemen. And I wanted to understand this Islamic world that came crashing against me. And I discovered that the Islamic Republic was to blame, as well as the Muslim Brotherhood. And so began a journey, I would say, of self-discovery. I think they ignited the flame of Zionism in me, which I think is quite interesting, because they tried to beat it out of me. But when I found that when something happens within us, and I do believe that our DNA speaks really loudly in times of crisis, where I was again being destroyed, and they tried to claim my identity, to slap another one onto it, because they wanted me to convert, and I refused. To great risk, because it wasn't, I have a few scars because of it, yes. There was violence, a lot of violence. But I refused. There was something in me that just couldn't bow.
What did your husband do during this time?
Torture me, essentially.
He wanted you to convert as well?
He wanted me to, no, that was him. So the Jewish identity was very much hidden. Thank God for that, to be fair. Okay. Only his very close family knew about it. For everybody else, I had converted. And so I was thinking, okay, this is a good cover, because everybody is under the impression of. And the fact that I was a woman in a very chauvinistic world, people don't ask questions about you, who you are, what are your aspirations. They couldn't care less. You can make brownies, they're good. You can make babies, even better. And so I used their prejudices, their bias towards me, towards, this belief that if you marry a Muslim man, Islam is so great, of course you're going to convert. And I was like, okay, let's play the game. But my husband had it in his mind that I had to. He wanted to break me.
So when did you start to meet with Islamic leaders and begin to understand the depth of this very toxic culture that you describe?
Okay, so it started off in Yemen, really. They were actually the most secular of people, because my daughter used to go to the French school in Sana'a, and that meant that you had a lot of the elite, the Yemeni elite, who used to go there, I mean, their children. And so my daughter decided to make friends with the daughter of the president's nephew. And one play date after the other, I became friends with the wife. She was a lovely woman, by the way, and met her husband, Yahya Saleh, who was a nephew and the commander of the Central Security Forces in charge of fighting Islamism. So that was fun. And I was introduced to power in the Middle East. That gave me a really good read on the advances of the Islamic Republic of Iran into Yemen. Came rolling in the Arab Spring. And slowly I found myself in a position where I became somewhat of a pawn for the Islamic Republic, where my writings got picked up. And they thought, I set a net. And I was thinking, okay, so I'm going to say the right things, not too loudly, that it doesn't feel forced, just enough that maybe you'll come and get me. And they did. And they see the world in such a binary way that it's the case of, if you criticize America, you must be pro-regime, which exists only in the head. And so I was introduced to this whole network that they have. So before you can get to the regime, you have to go through all the proxies. And apparently Russia, I have found, where Russia today acts as a gatekeeper in a way, where a lot of the Islamist ideologues go through those channels. And I think it had to do with the fact that Nader Talebzadeh, who was the ideologue of the regime in Iran, was very good friend with the ideologues that sits in Russia. And so I discovered a few friendships that were quite interesting in the read that I had on the region. And slowly, I worked my way up that pyramid to get to Ayatollah Khamenei.
Wow, and you sat with him?
I sat with him. I had an audience. And I literally sat on the floor. So it was really, yeah. He was on a chair and I was on the floor. It was the most insane situation that you could think of, because, here I was pretending to be, and I was thinking I'm very Jewish, sitting in front of a man who wants me dead. But he didn't know that.
But what did you talk about?
Well, I didn't talk. Look, I answered 2 questions with no, because I was instructed to not speak, only if spoken to, briefly, never look at him in the eye, which I was fine with. He kind of dispensed his wisdom upon me in a very patronizing way.
What did he say? What's his wisdom?
Well, he wanted to know. So the first question that told me everything I needed to know about the regime, he wanted to know whether I felt that God was a megalomaniac and was cruel. And I'm like, well, again, secular education, but very much believe in God. And I was like, well, no. And he was telling me, well, then why is it that people complain when people die under my orders? And I was like, okay, so that's called murder. Mm-hmm. Also, there's life. There's death. It's a cycle. It's a thing, but there's no responsibility as such. You can't look at the cycle of life, through the lens of good and bad. It doesn't work this way. It's what happens in between the two that matters. And I was like, okay, so you trying to make yourself into the divine, claim it for yourself. And then I understood that actually this war, that is very geopolitical, is actually against the divine. That ultimately their goal is to kill God. Very much like the Marxists, were saying that the religion is the opium of the people.
Right.
So they took it a step further in that they want to use religion, faith, in that case Islam, twist it into something that is obscure, dark, and radical, wield it as a weapon against communities by convincing them that such terms as jihad and whatever is holy, that they're committing the worst atrocities in the name of God, but not God with a capital G, them.
So, Catherine, why did they trust you to even get to Khamenei, and when did all of that trust shift?
It wasn't about trust. I don't think that they trust each other. Never mind me. I was meant to be a pawn, a tool that they could use, an instrument. They are desperate at the time. I don't know if they think that way.
When was this?
It was so I got invited to Tehran in 2017.
Okay.
And I really got out in 2018 where I was like, I'm done. It was becoming too dangerous in that people were starting to ask questions. And when enough people tell you that, oh, you kind of, there's a Middle Eastern feel to you. And I'm like, ooh, maybe time to go. And also, I think that the mask was slipping where I got so disgusted. You sit with evil long enough. Something in me was rebelling. I couldn't contain it anymore. I had locked myself away in a box because even when I was back home in the UK, you have to surround yourself by those people. First of all, they make sure that you do. They could, they keep a close eye on you. And so I couldn't afford to have friends or to be myself ever. It's very taxing on a person. You tend to forget. The lines become blurred in that who are you really at the end of the day? And so, this little box that I had in my head, was kind of saying, okay, because my Jewish name is Esther. Esther wanted to come out and play and be herself. And so I stepped into the light and said, no more, I can't do it. And the pandemic helped me to detangle myself from, because the worry was you're going to get killed. But when Raisi was elected, and I heard people say, oh, he's a reformist, we could work with him, I was like, no. I need to tell the world that this man is actually the worst of evil. He's called the butcher, he was called the butcher of Tehran for a reason. And so I decided to take a chance and to tell the tale. And a bomb exploded in Tehran, not literally, but they were like, okay, so we'll let a Jew in. And I was like, yeah, and a woman too, and I'm going to cut you off at the knee and show you what is it that a Jewish woman can do in this world. Speak truth to power. I'm not special. I didn't do much in the face of everything. But I think we taught them a lesson in that sometimes the smallest of person with nothing other than a pen can do a great deal of harm.
Because you were writing articles about this and opinion pieces, that kind of thing.
I was writing for them for a little bit where I had to pedal to their, lunacy. Now I pedal to the truth. I told the truth. I exposed them and they don't like it. And what I found very interesting is that every time, because I'm a great believer in timing, so whatever intelligence I have, data, is only it's worthwhile if it matters and helps the conversation. Otherwise, nobody really wants to know. And so I've been careful. And that means that I've never told everything because I don't believe that, first of all, it would be for my gain. I really don't care. I want to put what I've learned in the service of Israel and Jewish people. And so I do it when it's the right time. And they hate it because they kind of figured that out. And they tried to out me. So initially, I only talked about my meeting with Raisi, thinking Khamenei will cost me my life a bit too much, too early. And then the BBC outed me. So they went, well, I did this live. And they were telling me, have you met with Khamenei? And I said, no, because I was trying to protect myself, my children, and, my head. Yeah. And they were like, well, we have it on the good authority that you did. And I was like, well, there's only one way that would happen, is that you spoke to them. So who are you really? Was my first question. And then they did great many things in terms of trying to sully my character. Never responded because I'm not interested. People who know. Those who want to believe whatever, that's fine by me. I don't care. Sticks and stones. The story went on where every time that I have told the truth, they go really quiet because there's nothing to say. So they tried everything. They tried to sully my character. They tried to shame me. They tried to threaten me. They tried many
Iranians.
things. Yes, of course, the regime. They don't know what to do because us Jews don't function like the rest of the world. You don't get to shame us with weird allegations. I'm really solid of where I stand in terms of my family values, my values full stop, my loyalty. So they can't buy that. Very confusing to them. They don't understand courage either. Not in the absence of fear, because I'm not silly, but there are things worth dying for. This is one of them, this land. And so they don't get that.
What happened to your children during all of this?
So I protected my kids the best I knew how, and I'm glad to say they're actually very healthy, well adjusted. They were good. I taught them our stories as fairy tales because I had no other way to translate us into kind of shared tradition. So when my son did his bar mitzvah, he was thinking, but I know this already. I was like, I know, because I told you. The transition was easy because they were always Jewish. So there was no transition for them. Their father wasn't interested in teaching them religion, in that he didn't know anything himself, not really. It was all about control. Mm-hmm. And I'm afraid to say that in his mind, his kids were commodities to be bargained with and for. And I was like, no, you are the keeper of two little souls that you're going to see nurture and see grow. They don't belong to you.
So you took them away from him?
Of course I did. I mean, he wasn't too interested in my daughter, which is charming. My son, I explained that if he touched a hair on my kid's head, he would have hell to pay. He believed me. Good for him. Yeah. I'm a mama. You don't take my babies. And he left and never looked back, even though I was willing to allow, visitation because he's their father at the end of the day. But he chose the cowardly way out.
Is he in Yemen now?
I have no idea.
Wow. And where you're living in France?
No, I live in the UK.
In the UK now, in the UK. So, tell me, you, from the outside and from the things you're describing, Iran appears very, very rigid, very religious and rigid and very all-powerful as a dictatorship. But from the inside, is that how it really is? How do the people living there really view the regime and how do they view themselves?
It's a very strange construct. I feel people in Iran, the best way I could describe it, it's a life interrupted in that they were taken over and colonized by this foreign ideology that is radicalism. So they sell it to you as religion. It's a theo-political construct that exploits God to sell power.
Okay.
And power they have sold and encroach onto society to the point where people have become enslaved, in that there is no way out of the system. And what I find interesting is that the left, that is so keen on speaking against slavery and all manners of servitude, somewhat allied itself to what I call theo-fascism, this radicalism that they constructed with the Muslim Brotherhood.
Do you think the Iranian regime is as dangerous as it appears? If we're recording this, I usually don't even say when we're recording and when it's releasing, but given the news that's going on today, we're within days potentially of a U.S. attack on Iran. Is Iran going to try to use nuclear or destroy Israel?
First of all, they don't have it in the sense that they have some things. They don't have a nuclear weapon as such. They can have a dirty bomb.
Yeah.
Now, the world is, of course, at risk. Now, the argument against an attack, I think, is moot in the sense that if you don't do something now, you're going to have to do something later. I'd rather do it now, because the more we wait, the more costly it will be, because you're allowing a monster to grow its tentacles, and at some point somebody's going to have to kill this hydra. Let's call it a day. And it's on us. We should have done it 49 years ago or something. We haven't. It's on us. And when I say us, I mean a collective us. It's not up to Israel to save the rest of the world. And I'm tired of hearing people say, what are you guys doing? What are you doing? Why is it down to Israel to save the day when we try to save our lives? We are called genocidal, crazy people.
But do you think the Iranian regime is so evil that when the U.S. attacks, it will unleash just to stay in power?
So this is what I think. And actually, it's not what I think. That's what they said, but we don't listen. So about a week ago, when Donald Trump famously said, locked and loaded, help is on the way, all of that. Very theatrical. The Iranians, the regime panicked. And so a statement was issued by the Iranian parliament. And I found it so interesting that people picked it up. Reuters published it and all the rest of the, legacy media. Yeah. But no one commented on it or actually understood what that meant. And I'm like, hello, been talking about it for years. Can you please read what they are telling you? So they warned that should a hair be misplaced or displaced on Khamenei's head, they would declare jihad, get that, on Arab countries. For the first time in a really long time, Israel was not even mentioned. And I was like, okay, so information number one, the subtext of this is that you understand the regime in Iran is very predictable in that they would never try to confront you, not directly, if they don't guarantee victory. Okay? Now, they will attack you if they feel that it's in response of an attack that they cannot possibly ignore. But then again, and you recall, when they did attack Israel with 600 ballistic missiles and whatever else that they sent our way, they did so by warning us about a gazillion times before, knowing that nothing would get through. They were hoping that maybe something theatrical would happen, but they were also very worried about the response. And also, something that people need to understand and take into this equation when it comes to the regime is that they are terrified. And again, this is not my opinion. This is out of the mouth of commanders of the RSGC and Basij and everyone else in between that is really close to Khamenei. They are terrified of one man and one man only. It's not Donald Trump. It's Benjamin Netanyahu. They always have been. Why? Because they see in him, and I think that, the story of Yoni and everything that he, Entebbe and all that. Look, whatever people feel about Bibi is completely beside the point. They see him as someone who is the carrier of Israel's tradition, military tradition, and this determination that when all fails, one guy is going to stand up and tell you exactly how it's going to go. And they're scared of that, this determination. Bibi is a soldier. I mean, he fought. Right. His family fell. And so he's someone who understands that kind of sacrifice. I'm not talking about the politics of it all before people jump on my throat. I'm talking about the man behind. And so they fear the man. Not the politician, but the man. That is important when you're about to go to war with a country. The second man they're scared is Yossi Cohen. Yossi Cohen is the one who humiliated them beyond what they could ever, fear. He beepers, number one. Number two, what they don't know, he could have done, maybe did, that they can't even imagine, because after the beepers, somebody had a really good conversation. Can you imagine that conversation where somebody imagined that and somebody, Yossi, said, yes, a great idea, let's do it, and did it? You had a drone factory built under the nose of the regime, 10 kilometers away from Khamenei's bunker. Somebody did that. That somebody is Yossi Cohen. So we need to kind of, reframe, I would say, the picture and say, we have two great men in Israel that have saved all of us. It's true. Look, I'm forever grateful to those two men. Why? Because they saved not just Israel, but the Jewish world. They recentered Israel in the middle of the Middle East and said, maybe you hate us still, maybe you will attack us tomorrow, but we're going to make it hurt when you do. That matters in the Middle East. So now the Iranian regime has to contend with the reality of the situation that is, you have guardians in Israel. There is, of course, one that is mighty, but they are his army. And we don't get to sleep much. So, I say we, I don't even count myself in this because I've done nothing. But seriously, those two men are giants for me in terms of, and I'm going to stop gushing. But, so yes, they're scared of that. And because of those two, no, I don't think they will attack Israel because it will be pointless. Also, the IDF just rolled out a few new toys that they, quite interestingly kind of advertised a few weeks ago, saying, hey, you guys, we got new stuff to play with. Do you want to come and play with us? The answer would be no. Right. The last time, for 12 days, they sat on their hands watching the IDF fly by. That must have hurt their feelings. It was great for us to see. The world hasn't noticed. And so now they have to go after the real agenda. We were the distraction. And I've talked about it and people haven't heard me. The real agenda is the colonization and capture of the Islamic world. That goes through two cities, Medina and Mecca. Hence, a fatwa calling for jihad against Arab states. Why would you call for a fatwa against Arab states when you have one Trump and one Bibi threatening you with war? Makes no sense to me. I don't recall the Saudi Navy arriving in the Middle East. There's an armada on the way right now that is very American. So what's up with the fatwa?
Don't you believe that maybe that Saudi Arabia, being an ally of the United States, that they would then be able to, they would be behind the scenes?
But why the
talking to
theatrics?
Why not just say it outright?
Why not say, we will retaliate against military bases, U.S. military bases, Israeli interests? No. The fatwa is specifically against Arab states. For once, we were not in that sentence, which I think tells a lot about the new strategic, I would say, calculation that the regime is making.
They were embarrassed by those 12 days.
No, they need an out. They're dying. They understand. Again, we thought for a very long time that this regime is so intent on consolidating its position in Iran. No, Iran is, again, inconsequential. What they need is a base. It happened to be Iran because Iran took. Iran was convenient because of the natural resources that it offered, meaning you have sustainable income for a foreseeable future. Now, they can move elsewhere.
And that might be what they do.
Well, there's a lot of them in Europe right now. So, it was about a year ago, I've written this article and people were like, oh, you're being very dramatic again. I'm used to it. Problem is I'm right. Most of the time.
Well, look at London. Look what's happening there.
Exactly. But I warn that, possibly, maybe, we could consider the notion that when ISIS showed up and declared a caliphate in Iraq and in Syria, that was a dress rehearsal for what happens on the real day. Because they wanted to test our defenses. When I say us, I'm talking about the Western world and those who would like to live and breathe free. And chaos ensued and not much was thrown. Yes, there was some military effort. Yes, we defeated ISIS. It took a long time. And so they know now that we don't have what it takes, and I'm talking about the West, not Israel. We don't have what it takes to really fight terror because we're so bothered by compassion. Now, we have a little thing in Jewish tradition that says something along those lines. It's in the Torah. Misplaced compassion is a crime. The real innocent to protect are those generations that have yet to be born and our children. So if a hand rises to hit you, please get it first.
Do you believe that these protests then are ultimately going to overthrow the regime? That given the threats by the U.S., the fatwa they're calling for against the Arab states, and the mass protests in the streets, which are resulting in mass murder, do you believe that ultimately these protesters will win?
Yes. So I'll tell you why. First of all, they are committing crimes against humanity. Let's be clear. What they're doing. Look, I've seen things that I don't want to talk about in particular, but the horrors that they are exacting on Iranians, I have no words. And the courage that Iranians are showing is mind-blowing. I have no words, and I honor those people. They're doing this with nothing. And that is true courage. And again, not in the absence of fear. It's because of fear. The fear of that there is no tomorrow. The hope was taken away from them. And we stood by. The world stood by. And Israel has done the most. Now, ultimately, yes, they will win. Why? A revolution can only be successful when the seals of power have been broken. Now, we're talking about a revolution that is actually coming out of Egypt, really, because they are fighting against the enslavement of the mind and the soul and everything else in between that exists. And that is a powerful fight because you're born free. And so once this genie is out of the bottle and they have spoken freedom and that it was manifested into existence because they said it, women life freedom, isn't that beautiful? Yeah. It can't go back. People are now realizing that he's not a god. This Khamenei guy with the turban that, cuts the flow of oxygen to his brain, gotta go. The system has to go. Radicalism is done. Look, I have a message for Muslims around the world and the Muslim world in general. How can they allow and tolerate for lunatics who are bloodthirsty tyrants to sully the name of a faith that they claim to be peaceful? I will believe you when you fight for it and regain the name of it. Until then, you're under colonization. I don't feel like being nice to you, because stand up. You keep complaining about Islamophobia, fine. Maybe there's a reason. Maybe there's no phobia. Maybe there's a very real reason behind. And it's not hatred, it's fear. And the understanding that somebody's going to have to do something and say something, because you can't butcher your way through and call it peaceful or reparation. Speak against radicalism. People understand that Islam is a thing, obscurantism is another. But if you do nothing, we're going to be made to believe that the two are the same.
And that's where we are.
And that's on them.
And we believe that today, these protesters, then the genie is out of the box.
For sure.
And there is a chance of survival.
They will win, ultimately. The real question is what it will cost.
It's a very strong and powerful message to end with, what it will cost. So, Catherine, thank you so much for joining today.
My pleasure.
Welcome to another episode of One on One, a special series from ILTV in partnership with Israel Bonds. I'm Lidar Gaveh-Lazi, and in each episode we sit down with individuals who bring a clear sense of purpose and are choosing to make a real impact. They understand that supporting Israel isn't just about words, but about taking action when it matters most. Our guest today is a trailblazer across multiple worlds. She's a sports journalist and entrepreneur, a social media influencer, and a bold voice for Jewish pride and Israel, especially at a time when speaking up hasn't always been easy. She's also someone who believes deeply in building Israel's future, not just through words, but through action. Emily, you've built a career in spaces that demand both mental toughness and visibility, from sports journalism to entrepreneurship and advocacy. How did your sense of Jewish identity shape the confidence it took to step into these arenas and claim space unapologetically?
To be completely honest, I don't feel that my Jewish identity shaped my career. I feel like the career empowered me to, just have a platform in general, which then I could take this platform and elevate my identity. But it took me a while to find it. I went to a Jewish high school. I grew up in a Jewish neighborhood, and Jewish identity was everything I grew up with. So I didn't really appreciate it. And then once I got to college, once I got to the sports world, and then I realized I'm the only Jew, it started to feel like it was a privilege to be like the Jew in the room. And I felt, I don't want to call it a burden because it wasn't. I carried it almost as like a badge of honor, where I felt like I'm the representation for the Jewish people because I'm one of the few Jews here. And then that's where I became more in touch with my Jewish identity, and I used the career that I was building to bring that Jewishness into it and spread positive awareness around it, because obviously, there's a lot of like negative stereotypes around Jews, so I wanted to be like the positive one.
And before we continue, a word from our sponsor. Israel Bonds offers a direct way to invest in Israel's resilience while investing in your own future. Invest in what matters. Invest in Israel Bonds. And Emily, back to you. At a time when many public figures are choosing silence, you've actually chosen to be outspoken, especially in standing up for Israel and against anti-Semitism. I mean, what gave you the courage to be so vocal, and what has the response been like, both the support but also the pushback?
Well, of course, for me, it didn't feel like it was a choice. After October 7th, and even before October 7th, I always had this like survival instinct in me, because when I was 16, I went to Poland and I saw what people are capable of. And it wasn't just seeing what happened in Poland that kind of woke me up partially. It was coming back from Poland, doing research about how this happened, and then finding out how the world didn't help us until it was convenient for them to. So knowing that we're on our own as a 16-year-old is very traumatizing. But it was irrelevant, because in my mind, okay, this will never happen again. But come October 7th, I got flashbacks. I'm like, oh my goodness, this absolutely can happen again. And we saw the response that the world had. So for me, speaking up was an obligation. I mean, the pushback has been insane. I was unemployed for like a year after October 7th. Miss Universe shunned me. I had so many brands stop communicating with me. It was sad, but the positive outreach has been incredible. I feel like for the first time I've been, really surrounded by the Jewish community. Of course, there's like sinat chinam, there's so much infighting, and it's very sad, but ultimately we're all we have. And unfortunately, not all of us realize that, but I realize that, so I'm gonna try to unite the community as much as I can.
And moving on to another one of your hats, sports often bring together people who might never otherwise interact. How do you see your role in using sports to bring people closer together, particularly by giving positive exposure to Israel and the Jewish community through high-profile Israeli athletes?
Sports in general, I think, is the best bridge to anything. Sports, food, and money unite people. So being on the sports end of it, I feel like it's built incredible bridges for me. I mean, I don't know why it's not spoken about more. I started working in Saudi Arabia 2 years ago, before it was like cool and safe and fun, and I absolutely fell in love with the Saudis. That love was reciprocated, and we talk about Israel, we talk about Gaza, we talk about really uncomfortable things, and the only reason I'm in Saudi Arabia is because of my sports job and because they bought a percent of the league that I work for. So, it's an entryway into many doors that otherwise would not have been opened, and I'm really, really grateful that I get to, be on both the political side of things and the sports side of things, because they cross paths so much more than what people think. And, people can disagree on everything, but you could root for the same team in the same sport, and it's all fun at the end of the day.
And you've been covering a lot of entertainment coming out of Saudi Arabia. I mean, what have your experiences been like as an openly Jewish, pro-Israel sports journalist and a woman working in that space?
The way I was welcomed there was something I wish the world could see, because the media shows you the worst side of things, but there is that majority of silent people. And in Saudi, here's a really heartwarming story. I did Yom Kippur last year in Saudi Arabia, and I observed Yom Kippur 100%. I came with my Tehillim, I came with my Sidur, I fasted, I didn't drink water, I didn't go in the elevator, and I remember somebody came to check up on me all the time because they know I couldn't really move around freely. And after Yom Kippur was over, my Saudi friends from Jeddah, they asked me, so what is Yom Kippur? So I explained to them the Beit HaMikdash, and we fast and we mourn and repent. And it was a thought that counts. They prepared a feast for me after Yom Kippur because I was hungry. But the problem was they didn't understand kosher and halal are not exactly the same thing. So they prepared a camel for me. And camel's not kosher. So that was a shame. But it's a thought that counts, and it really warmed my heart.
And have those interactions challenged stereotypes, either theirs or yours, about what dialogue and coexistence can look like?
It's so easy to talk behind the screen. It's so easy to hate someone behind the screen. In fact, I've spoken to many Saudis who are completely anti-Israel, but then you sit at a table like this and you're communicating with one another, and you can find more common ground than you think. The problem is not everyone has the opportunity to have these conversations, which again, that's why I'm so grateful I have the job that I do, because I end up at these weird situations. But once you sit down with the person, you will bond about so many things, whether it's food or sports or even politics. I mean, there's so many things that the Saudis and I do have in common. And I feel like it doesn't just go as far as the Saudis. It's between Israel and any country. I mean, everyone has something in common. I was in Abu Dhabi with a girl, I won't say her name out of respect, she's part of the royal family, but a mutual friend introduced us, and he said, I want you to spend the entire day with her. She's gonna take care of you. I don't ask questions, I'm zohemet, I go with the flow. Turns out this woman was Palestinian, and I had no idea, and she didn't care about my background. Of course, you can Google me, so it's a bit different. And she was raised in the UAE, so she wasn't extreme at all. She was very secular. She loves Israel. She went to Israel, and it just shows you, it broke that stereotype. At the end of the day, like I said, people are very brave behind the screen, but when you're sitting face to face, we're all just people.
Pivoting with the alarming rise in anti-Semitism globally, what responsibility do you feel to use your platform right now?
I feel like it's an obligation, not just a responsibility. I feel like, why do Jews feel like you have a choice to speak up? Do you realize if you don't speak up, another Holocaust will happen? And I don't say that lightly. I don't believe another Holocaust will happen because enough Jews speak up. But for those who don't, it's almost like, how dare you? You have children. Your children are going to grow up in a world filled with anti-Semitism, and what? You feel like you're exempt from that anti-Semitism, maybe because you're powerful or you are very wealthy, but nobody's exempt, because when the Nazis came for the Jews, they didn't ask, are you Democrat or Republican? They didn't ask how much money's in the bank. They didn't ask if you were a lawyer or a doctor. They killed every Jew. So when I speak to Jews who just don't speak up, I think they are the most selfish people on earth, because when the time comes that the Jews are attacked, you're still a Jew, whether you identify as one or not, whether you're proud of it or not, you're a Jew. So you might as well own it, stop apologizing for it, and embrace it.
So what do you want young Jews, especially those who feel disconnected or maybe afraid to speak up, to understand about this moment?
I want young Jews to know that they're the future. We can only do so much before our voices just get faded out. Everything in life is like a wave, you know, right? Today I'm relevant, tomorrow I'm not. That's how it is. The next generation of Jews need to carry the torch and keep spreading that light. And I don't want them to think that because there's enough people doing it, they don't have to. No, you do have to. Because right now you're maybe 18, 20, 21, but one day you're going to be a future leader. You're going to be the doctor, the lawyer, the teacher, the friend. It doesn't matter who you are, because everyone has their role to play and everyone has their impact. So this next generation, and they don't have this problem, my generation has this problem of just embracing their identity. It seems like the next generation has corrected itself already, which is good, but they need to really own it, and it seems like they are based on the people that I'm meeting.
You know, supporting Israel can take many forms: advocacy, education, philanthropy, and investment. I mean, why do you believe it's important to move from statements of support to tangible action when it comes to Israel's future?
I think they're all relevant. I think the money's relevant. I think the connections are relevant. I think the friendship is relevant. Israel's future it's more dynamic than that. It can't depend on one thing. Like, you have the Miriam Adelsons, and then you have the influencers, and then you have everything in between, and they're so extremely different, but they're each playing their own role. You need the bullies. You need the bullies. You need the ones screaming on Piers Morgan. You need the liberals. You need the Republicans. You need representation across the board, because the reality is Israel is a representation of a million different types of people. But for whatever reason, Israel's boxed into this small bubble and generalized and categorized as something that they're not. So when you have that representation across every field, that's when people will really get to understand Judaism and the Jewish people, but specifically like the relationship to Israel.
Emily, thank you so much for your honesty, your strength, and your willingness to lead, not just with success, but with conviction. Your story is a powerful reminder that pride and purpose are not inherited, they're chosen every single day. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
Emily spoke powerfully about choosing action, about showing up for Israel, not only with words, but with real commitment. At One-on-One, that idea sits at the heart of everything we do, because when something truly matters, you don't just talk about it, you invest in it. That belief is what connects today's conversation to our partners at Israel Bonds. For more than 7 decades, Israel Bonds has given people a way to turn values into tangible impact, strengthening Israel's economy while reinforcing a deep personal connection to its future. To continue that conversation, I'm pleased to be joined by someone helping shape the next generation of that commitment. Erez Kahan is the new Leadership National Chair of Israel Bonds, connecting with young professionals across the country who are redefining what engagement with Israel looks like today: practical, values-driven, and future-focused. Erez, welcome to One-on-One.
Good to be here. Thank you for having me.
And as you interact closely with young leaders who are navigating a very different landscape from previous generations, I mean, what do you see motivating young professionals today to engage with Israel through Israel Bonds, especially in this moment?
I think each generation is different, and this new generation with technology, AI, the rise of anti-Semitism, especially on college campuses, it is a brand new landscape that we are dealing with, and it is incredibly important to educate these young professionals, what Israel Bonds is and why it's important.
Israel Bonds is often described as both an investment and a statement. What do you say to someone who wants to get involved with Israel Bonds but isn't sure where to begin?
If someone is not sure where to begin, I usually tell them, to start where you're comfortable with, whether that is just simply going to an event and exposing yourself to information, to learning more, all the way up to getting more involved, helping put together an event, or all the way to, buying a bond and educating the people around them. I like to think of it as baby steps. When I first got involved, 7-8 years ago, I didn't really understand fully what Israel Bonds was. I knew it existed. I knew it was important. I went to a Friday night dinner, and I was like, okay, a $36 bond, I'm getting this money back, and I'm getting a great dinner. And I went, and then I hear the speaker, and I think, oh my gosh, this is like really important. So I went back to another event, and then I start to think, maybe I should get more involved in Israel Bonds. So I started to get more involved, and I started to talk to my friends and bring friends to the events. And then I start educating my friends about it. And that's why I'm here today in my position.
And what excites you about being the national chair for Israel Bonds' new leadership?
I started this position as, being in New York City and going to events in New York City. And I've exhausted my resources in my social circles, in my community, in my synagogue, getting all the people that I know in New York City involved with Israel Bonds, educated about Israel Bonds, getting young professionals involved in Israel Bonds in New York. It's incredibly important at this point, to start going out on the streets, going to different areas. Going to the game in Philly is a perfect example of going out and meeting young professionals in different areas and spreading the beauty of Israel Bonds and the importance of Israel Bonds, why it's important, and planting the seeds in these different cities and these different Jewish communities where there are plenty of young professionals, where they can then take on the reins and spread the word and create their own events, and we can grow from there.
How can investing in Israel through Israel Bonds serve as a form of empowerment during times like these?
During times like these, it could be very overwhelming, and young professionals don't necessarily know how to respond with the rising anti-Semitism around. And one really big way to combat this is by making a statement by investing in Israel Bonds. You are making a statement saying, I believe in the state of Israel, I believe in what this bond stands for, and I believe in the continued existence of the state of Israel.
Erez, thank you for joining us today and for your leadership and for reminding us that investing in Israel is not just about the present, it's about believing in a shared future and having the courage to help build it.
Thank you so much.
Today's conversations, from Emily's advocacy to Erez's leadership, remind us that support for Israel takes many forms, but it always begins with intention and action. When you invest in what matters most, you don't just shape outcomes, you shape identity, resilience, and possibility. This is One-on-One, where bold voices meet meaningful action. We'll see you next time. At U Haifa International, academic excellence isn't just a standard, it's a way of life. With 21 English-taught master's programs, world-class faculty, and Israel's top national score in the Times Higher Education Impact Rankings, students grow in every direction.
If you really want to challenge yourself academically, grow in a very diverse community, and be immersed in such an important and significant environment, University of Haifa is the place for you.
Located on the stunning Carmel Ridge, the U Haifa blends academic excellence with a welcoming community.
U Haifa International has a great combination of top-notch academics with a great community of students.
Whether you're pursuing a one-year master's or diving into research, U Haifa gives you the tools, mentorship, and real-life insight to make your mark on the world. U Haifa International. Master your mind, live your Israel experience.
For more than 200 years, when Israel's most vulnerable needed help, Kol El Chabad was there. when families can't afford food, when seniors are alone, when children are struggling to survive, Kollel Chabad steps in with meals, essentials, and dignity. Right now, thousands of families across Israel are counting on that help, and you can make sure it reaches them. Your donation doesn't just give charity, it gives hope, it gives strength, it saves lives. Kollel Chabad, helping Israel one life at a time. Scan the QR code on your screen and give now. The story of the Jewish people has never been about standing still. It's a story of moving forward, of taking responsibility, of protecting what matters, no matter the challenge. That story is still being written today, not with swords, but with stewardship of the land, with the rule of law, and with the determination to secure Israel's future. And on the front lines of that mission stands Regavim. Regavim is a public movement dedicated to defending Israel's national lands and natural resources in the field, in the courts, and in the public square. Through research, on-the-ground action, and legal advocacy, Regavim works to uphold the rule of law and to ensure that Israel can grow, thrive, and remain rooted in its homeland. Step into the story of Israel's heartland with Blessed by Israel, where every purchase connects you to the land, the people, and the promise. Taste the sweetness of the promised land in their delicious honeys, or wear the story of the land close to your heart with the stunning Special Places of the Land necklace. Behind each product is a family, pioneers living in Judea and Samaria, crafting beauty and goodness from the soil of the Bible. When you buy their creations, you're not only receiving something extraordinary, you're investing in Israel's future, helping small businesses thrive and communities grow strong. Join a movement that celebrates faith, resilience, and hope. Visit blessedbyisrael.com and use ILTV's special code BLESSISRAEL, that's BLESSISRAEL, at checkout for 10% off on your first order. Be part of strengthening Israel, one purchase at a time.
Welcome to this special edition of ILTV Security Brief. I'm Khaled Ben David, coming to you live from Israel, bringing you all of the latest developments on this day 12 of the U.S. and Israel's war with Iran. First, some headlines. The U.S. and Israel are continuing to pound Iran with devastating airstrikes. The IDF says it has degraded or destroyed many of the key assets of Iran's besieged militia in one of the country's western provinces, dealing another blow to the regime's internal security apparatus used to enforce control and suppress dissent. Now, the targets there included the main internal security headquarters, a central intelligence command center, IRGC facilities responsible for cracking down on protests, and several besieged command posts. Officials say the strikes are part of a broader effort now to weaken the core of power structures of the Iranian regime. Israeli Defense Minister Israel Katz, speaking at a briefing today with the IDF Chief of Staff Eyal Zamir, said there is no time limit on the campaign against Iran.
אנחנו נמשיך לפעול ולכתוש את המשטר הזה וגם את היעדים האסטרטגיים של המשטר הזה בטהרן, בכל רחבי איראן, יום אחרי יום, מטרה אחרי מטרה. אנחנו נמשיך לעשות את זה, וגם כדי לאפשר לעם האיראני לקום ולפעול ולהעיף את המשטר הזה. בסופו של דבר זה דבר שתלוי בהם. המבצע הזה, אני רוצה לומר שיהיה מאוד ברור, בהובלת נשיא ארצות הברית דונלד טראמפ וראש ממשלת ישראל בנימין נתניהו, שיום יום משוחחים ומתאמים ומשם מנחים וקובעים את המדיניות, ובביצוע שלכם ושל סנקום ביחד עם צבא ארצות הברית, המבצע הזה יימשך ללא שום מגבלת זמן, ככל שידרש עד שנשיג את כל היעדים ונכריע את המערכה.
Meanwhile, air raid sirens rang out across central and northern Israel in the early afternoon today, heralding the latest missile attacks from Iran and Hezbollah in Lebanon. Now, those were intercepted by air defense systems. No injuries or damages reported. But it was a restless night for residents of central and northern Israel. Last night, their sleep was interrupted by a series of air raid alerts. Again, no injuries or damages reported. The projectiles either intercepted by air defense systems or fell into open areas. Iran has now fired over 300 rockets at Israel since the war began, about half of them armed with cluster warheads. Data released today from Israel's tax authority shows that after 11 days of war, over 9,000 claims were filed asking compensation for damages to buildings and vehicles, but that is still less than the total number of claims filed after just 2 days of fighting between Israel and Iran last June. One Hezbollah missile that did get through Israel's air defense managed to hit a commercial satellite station in the Ela Valley on Monday. Now, the military confirmed the strike after a passing motorist filmed that attack. That's what you're watching, and posted it on social media in violation of censorship restrictions. The IDF says this was an isolated incident, no injuries in that strike. Well, for more on the situation, let's go to our correspondent, India Naftali, who is at the command center of the Magen David Adom Emergency Rescue Service, of course, responding to a lot of these strikes. What is the situation there, Naftali? India.
Absolutely. So I am here with Aryeh Myers. He's a paramedic with Magen David Adom, also known as Maga. And I just want to ask you, Aryeh, what has it been like for you as a first responder in this war in an emergency situation?
So Magen David Adom is Israel's national emergency medical service. We are bound by law to provide medical service to people as well as the blood services for all the hospitals in the country. We were on high alert even before this started, preparing for what might happen. We've seen over the last week and a half just over 800 people who have been injured. The vast majority of those have actually been injured while running for shelter. Luckily, we've only seen about 100, just over 100 people who were injured by the missiles themselves. We've seen, unfortunately, 12 fatalities as well. But we have to be prepared to respond in the quickest possible time to save as many lives as we can.
And last night was a quite restless night. What was last night like for you all here at the command center?
It was restless for most people living in central Israel. We had multiple alarms, and a lot of people obviously running for shelter. Luckily, there were no injuries directly from missiles. Again, what we're seeing are large missiles from Iran. We're also seeing these cluster bombs, which are spreading munitions over a huge area. So it means we have to search large areas to see what injuries are being caused, not just where the missile itself has landed, but across a much wider area. So we have to be searching for patients as well. And that means our crews are very, very busy the whole time.
What kind of injuries are you treating on the ground when these missile barrages happen?
So what we're seeing, mostly those who were injured by the missiles themselves, we're seeing blast injuries and shrapnel injuries. Those are the main things. Again, the vast majority of those people injured are people who did not they didn't seek shelter or they didn't make it to the shelter in time. Most people who get to the shelters are protected and are safe. What we are seeing are a lot of people who are injured running for shelter. And what we would like to do is, first of all, remind everybody to follow the home front commands, instructions and guidelines. When you get the pre-alert to already head towards the shelter, make sure you don't have to rush there at the last second and prevent injury that way as well.
And is there anything you'd like the public to know? I mean, you touched on that about making sure that you follow the guidelines of the home front command, but is there anything that you as a paramedic would recommend for those who are in this kind of war situation, whether it's in Israel or throughout the Middle East?
So first of all, it's important for everybody to take care of themselves, to make sure that they are seeking a safe shelter. Make sure that you have a first aid kit somewhere nearby. So if you do have to treat someone, if something does happen, you're able to do so and help us before we can get to you. We're using technology to give us indications of where missiles are landing, even before we've had calls from the general public. And that's enabling us to respond much quicker to sites. So even while people are still in shelter for 10 or 15 or 20 minutes after an alert, we're already on the way with ambulances, with response vehicles, enabling us to arrive on scene, assess the situation, and respond very, very quickly.
And that's what is so amazing about these paramedics, Kalev, is that while everyone else is in the shelter, they are already on the way to locations where there are expected hits. They're really risking their lives for others, and it's a really honorable mission what they're doing. Back to you.
Right. Good luck. We all our best to those brave people working for Magen David Adom. Thank you for that, India Naftali. Let's turn now to the northern front, where Israel has launched a new wave of airstrikes in Beirut's southern suburbs, a Hezbollah stronghold known as Dahia, after the IDF reiterated evacuation warnings for residents in the area. The military says the strikes targeted Hezbollah terror infrastructure at the same time as Israeli ground forces are continuing operations in South Lebanon aimed at disrupting Hezbollah's military networks there. The IDF says troops identified a Hezbollah cell, which was quickly eliminated in an airstrike. Forces there also discovering weapons and propaganda material belonging to the group. Israeli Air Force jets have shot down dozens of Hezbollah UAVs, unmanned aerial vehicles or drones, over the past week. And the IDF today released this dramatic footage of one such mid-air interception. The IDF also confirmed the killing of a Hezbollah regional commander from the group's Nasser unit in a precise nighttime strike in South Lebanon. The IDF saying more than 70 Hezbollah missile launches have now been destroyed, many of them just minutes before they were fired towards Israel. Now, this comes amid signs of a possible diplomatic shift in Beirut. Lebanon's President Joseph Aoun now signaling support for direct talks with Israel in an effort to secure a ceasefire. Aoun says his government is now prepared to pursue negotiations with Israel under international supervision as part of a plan to end the conflict. Aoun has accused Hezbollah of dragging Lebanon towards disaster, warning the country could become a second Gaza if the fighting continues. The proposed plan would include a ceasefire, the deployment of the Lebanese army in areas near the Israeli border, and efforts to curb Hezbollah's military activity. Any direct talks between Israel and Lebanon would mark a significant shift. The two countries remain technically at war and have historically relied on U.S. or UN mediation in negotiations. Well, the U.S. says it has destroyed Iranian mine-laying vessels near the Strait of Hormuz as tensions continue to rise in that area. U.S. Central Command released video it says shows strikes on Iranian boats used to lay naval mines. The Pentagon says 16 such vessels were eliminated in operations near the strategic waterway. President Trump warned that if Iran places any mines in the Strait, they must be removed immediately, or Tehran will face severe military consequences. Now, the Strait is one of the world's most important energy routes, with about a fifth of global oil and liquefied natural gas shipments passing through that now channel between Iran and Oman. Since the start of the war, shipping through the Strait has been severely disrupted. The route has all been shut since vessels in the area were hit by Iranian strikes. Following the closure has been driving oil prices sharply higher, putting pressure on the world economy. Germany, Japan, and Austria today announced they were releasing some of their national oil reserves to counter possible more price hikes and fuel shortages. And action in Gaza. The IDF striking a rocket launch site in the Sabra area of northern Gaza. The site, used by Hamas to fire rockets towards Israel, was targeted because it violated the current ceasefire agreement. This comes against the backdrop of that fragile ceasefire in Gaza that both sides have allegedly agreed to, but Israel saying it will continue to respond to any attempts to resume hostilities. Hamas has made several recent attempts to fire rockets from the Strip. The IDF's forces under Southern Command will remain deployed in the area and continue operations to prevent rearmament by terrorist groups there. And the Israeli government is preparing a major expansion of the national budget to finance the war effort. The cabinet planning to increase spending by about 40 billion shekels, around $13 billion, mostly for defense and other wartime needs. Defense spending is expected to jump sharply, driven by the cost of airstrikes and missile defense. Finance Minister Bezalel Smotrich has said the war has already cost Israel about 9 billion shekels, and the fiscal deficit is expected to grow. The finance ministry also estimating the economic shutdown has been costing the economy about 9.5 billion shekels per week. The war also reshaping political priorities with controversial legislation, including parts of the Haredi draft exemption law, reportedly put on hold as the government focuses on passing a wartime budget. Here's what Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and Smotrich had to say.
היינו חייבים לצאת למערכה הזאת, ואנחנו פועלים ביתר שאת עם החיילים והטייסים הגיבורים שלנו. אבל, יש כאן אבל אחד גדול, זה עולה כסף, הרבה כסף. ולכן אנחנו נדרשים לתת תקציב מיוחד במהלך המלחמה עם עשרות מיליארדי שקלים כדי לעזור לתקציב הביטחון למאמץ המלחמתי.
אנחנו מתכנסים עכשיו להעברה מיידית של תקציב המדינה, כשבמרכזו נעביר את התוספת הנדרשת לתקציב הביטחון למימון המלחמה, וכפי שציין ראש הממשלה, מדובר בעשרות של מיליארדים של שקלים. זו לא הוצאה, זו השקעה. כדי להצליח במשימה הזו אנחנו שמים עכשיו בצד סוגיות שבמחלוקת שאינן מתאימות לעת מלחמה. אנחנו שמים בצד את חוק הגיוס שלא יקודם כעת, ולצד זאת גם מספר רפורמות שסביבן טרם הגענו להסכמה רחבה. מלחמה היא זמן לאחדות, לאחריות לאומית, ואני מודה לך, אדוני ראש הממשלה, ולכל חברי הממשלה והקואליציה.
Joining us now for more from Washington, D.C. is Hussein Abdul Hussein. He's a research fellow at the Foundation for Defense of Democracies. And Ambassador Alan Baker, he's Israel's former ambassador to Canada. He's here in Israel. Ambassador Baker, I want to start with you. We just have some new comments by President Trump, reported in the last hour on Axios. President Trump saying there's practically nothing left to target in Iran, and the war will end soon. Little this and little that. Anytime I want to end, it will end. It's a little quite different message than what we heard earlier from our Israeli defense minister, Israel Katz. What do you make of those comments? Does it sound like President Trump is laying the groundwork to end this conflict or U.S. operations in the quite near future?
Look, I think there's a lot of political positioning here. Israel is doing what it has to do, and Israel's chief of staff and Minister of Defense has made it very clear that Israel has targets, and Israel will exhaust these targets as long as it takes and whatever is needed in order to do so. The coordination between this Israeli position and President Trump obviously has to take place. But I presume that President Trump is talking in one particular direction, a political direction, whereas Israel is talking in the direction of strategy and security needs.
Ask you, there's no questioning that the aim of at least of degrading Iran's military and whatever remained of its nuclear facilities, that aim probably has been close to achieved. But of course, we have a regime that is unrepentant, we don't really see signs of regime change and no indication it's not going to pursue rebuilding its military and nuclear facilities or sponsoring its regional proxies. If the war were to end at this point or anytime soon, is that a win for Israel and the U.S. or a win for the regime?
Well, Caleb, look,
I'm sorry, I did ask that of Hussein, Ambassador Baker, but I'll come back to you.
Come again, please. I thought the question was for the ambassador.
Yes, I'm saying, Hussein, if the war were to end now with the degradation of Iran's nuclear and whatever is left of its nuclear facilities and military infrastructure, but the regime, an unrepentant regime still in place, is that a win for the U.S. and Israel, or some kind of win for the regime?
Well, it looks to me like it is a win. Certainly, the Iranian regime will spin it as if it was a divine victory. We expect that. But I think we have to wait and see. We have to assess. The regime was on its last leg even before the war. People took to the street. The economy is in shatters. There's no water for the Iranians. Food. Currencies, been collapsing for the past 2 years. So even before the war, Iran was in a tough spot. And, add to it that now Khamenei is gone and all the leadership is gone and all of this destruction after this war. I really find it hard for the Iranians to to keep standing long after the war.
All right, Ambassador Baker, you can weigh in on that now as well. But I want to ask you also about we do, outside of the military side of the war, we're seeing some dramatic potential shifts geopolitically or diplomatically in the region that Israel perhaps can take advantage of or utilize. And I want you to maybe talk about maybe the potentialities that are being opened by that.
No, well, I really think that this is opening up a huge potential and a realization in the region where the security and strategic interests lie. And I think that the more Israel and the Gulf states and other states realize that we're all fighting on the same side, then this has a huge potential for whatever will happen afterwards. I would only hope that the Europeans will wake up from their strange naivety and realize that whatever is happening here is happening for their good as well. And it's high time that the French and the British were to wake up and play their part in doing this, because it's quite embarrassing to see the way that they're prevaricating and sitting on the fence and hardly doing anything and hardly saying anything.
All right. Well, Hussein, I don't know if we'll see some really diplomatic shifts in Europe that Ambassador Baker is hoping for. But one capital which does seem to be shifting is Beirut, where we have, I would say, this unprecedented call for direct talks by President Aoun. I know you have a strong background in Lebanon. How significant is this? How should Israel, you think, be reacting to this call? There is a lot of skepticism in Jerusalem that it's all talk and no action against Hezbollah.
Well, that's the crux of the issue. The talk is great. The cabinet on March 2nd voted to disband Hezbollah and ban its military activity, which was unprecedented in Lebanon. But unfortunately, a few days after that, the Lebanese armed forces issued a statement that was something else that did not align with the cabinet. So if a cabinet cannot really order its own army to do what it wants, I'm not sure whether, if Israel or anybody else talks to the Lebanese government, that the Lebanese government can deliver whatever it promised to deliver. The government already took 15 months and pretended as if it had disarmed Hezbollah. And all of us knew that was not happening. And all of us saw that Hezbollah was not disarmed as it reignited the war with Israel. So the problem here is that they're saying all the right things, but they're not doing anything, right or wrong.
Right. I just want to I know you have to leave us soon. I want to just follow up on that comment you made about Iran being on its last legs. I mean, do you feel that the regime has been weakened enough significantly that the space is there now for an internal revolt? Even though we've heard even Iranian officials even today making these threats against the Iranian people if they take to the streets again.
Look, it's really hard to predict what happens after any war. No one saw the collapse of Assad coming. My thinking is that the most probable scenario for post-war Iran would be something that looks like Saddam Hussein in 1991. Isolated, bruised, no economy, no ability to fix anything, only internal repression. Now, the question is, can Iran hold through internal repression? We now see the Iranian leadership threatening people as the war is still going. They're saying, if you take to the street, we're going to shoot you, and our fingers are on the triggers. So this tells me that the regime is scared of a popular revolt. Now, whether the popular revolt comes, whether it succeeds, that's something else. But I wouldn't want to be in the shoes of the Iranian regime the minute the war stops.
All right. I want to Hussein, thank you for joining us. I'm going to Ambassador Baker, stay with us. Hussein, thank you for being with us. Ambassador Baker, I know you want to respond to that point. I also want maybe also to follow up on my question about Lebanon, because the Lebanese president, as I said, has made a public appeal to Israel. How do you think the government should react to it, even if it's skeptical of Lebanon's ability? Ambassador Baker.
Caleb, permit me to be even more skeptical. I was involved in negotiating with Lebanon between 82 and 85, and then I was involved in the negotiations in Washington with the Lebanese peace negotiations with the Lebanese delegation. And we in fact drafted a peace treaty between the two countries. And of course, nothing came of it because the Syrians wouldn't allow it. I've got absolutely no faith in any willingness on the part of the Lebanese government to negotiate with Israel, because as long as they're not capable of reining in Hezbollah, then nothing would come of it. And if they're talking about some type of international involvement, then if they're thinking about the French, then I think this is probably the last thing that Israel can rely on. So I think until Israel does what it needs to do to deal with the threat that has been posed by Hezbollah, and that Hezbollah initiated now, it wasn't Israel that initiated it. I think this has to be done, and I really can't give any credit or faith in any type of gesture or false gesture by the Lebanese government that wants to negotiate with Israel, knowing that it doesn't have the power to restrain Hezbollah.
Well, but I do say you did mention Syria, and there has been a change in that government in Syria. And reports today that Hezbollah even shot a missile in the direction of Syria, the Syrian government making some threatening calls. There's been a lot of skepticism also in Jerusalem over Syria, about its new leader, his real intentions. Are there more openings in Syria, do you see, or do you share those concerns about where Syria may go, the current Syrian leadership?
Well, I think there are huge concerns with respect to that. Also, with respect to the fact that a lot of the weaponry that Hezbollah are using now came through Syria. Since the new Syrian leadership came into power. So I think we have to be very circumspect as to whether we can at all rely on Syria. And therefore, we're being very careful and watchful with respect to what's happening and what's emanating or isn't emanating from Syria.
All right. Ambassador Brake, I just want to ask you, you are the former Israeli ambassador to Canada. Don't know how much you're following the news there. There's been a series of incidents and attacks on, for example, synagogues in Toronto, on other citizens, other Jewish institutions, and even individuals in a country like Canada. Everything that took place after October 7th seems to be accelerating for the diaspora, some diaspora Jewish communities. I want to get your reaction to that and your feelings to that. If you were still the ambassador, I mean, what would your comments be there to the Canadian government?
Well, Caleb, you've touched a very sore point. Because before I came to the Jerusalem Center for Security and Foreign Affairs, I was the Israel's ambassador to Canada. And I must say I'm ashamed today to say that I was Israel's ambassador to Canada, because what's happened in Canada is tragic. The government, the Canadian government has, it went and recognized a non-existent Palestinian state. It's lost all self-respect, the self-respect that it had during previous prime ministers, especially Stephen Harper. And so I really am very sad about what's happening, but even more sad to hear from my friends and colleagues in Toronto, Montreal, Ottawa, about the attacks on Jewish communities and synagogues. I think it's scandalous, and the fact that the Canadian police aren't being given orders to prevent this. They're not preventing demonstrations, they're not preventing violence, and the Canadian government is just continuing to hide behind, again, some naive facade as if peace is at hand. It's very embarrassing for me.
Well, I'm sorry that I had to touch a sore point, but I think it was worth it to get that statement out of you, because I think those words needed to be said. Ambassador Alan Baker, thank you for joining us on ILTV. And joining us now for more is Navid Mohebi. He is Advocacy Director of the National Union for Democracy in Iran, and himself a former political prisoner in Iran. Navid, thank you for joining us. First of all, I want to ask you and I saw you actually reposted it on your own X account, some strong words from an Iranian official today threatening basically to shoot down or any Iranians who take to the streets now. The question is, we see Israel, the U.S. attacking, for example, headquarters of the Basij in various locations in the IRGs, trying to weaken the regime's capability for repressing, again, any further protests of dissent. What more needs to be done, though, to create a space where Iranians can feel they can take to the streets without being gunned down by the security forces?
Thank you very much. I think that you touched on a very important issue. A lot of Iranians expect that the way that the war move forward create an opportunity for them to go back to the street again even after the recent massacre in January. There are two things that I think needs to happen. First is that there are a lot of top regime officials who are still alive. So the decapitation campaign has to continue. Like the head of judiciary, the head of parliament, president, many IRGC officials are still alive. So we have to see that more, because I think once the regime is headless, the rank and file, we have a harder opportunity, tougher opportunity, and time to know what would be their next move. So we have to see that at least in the next few days. And the other thing is that, yes, I think Israel has successfully concentrated on and targeted many Basij and IRGC and police stations, especially throughout Tehran and surrounding area. Because of that, the regime thugs are marching in the streets. They're not, going back to their offices or their headquarters. They are in the streets and threatening Iranian people. So the kind of messages that we are getting from Iranians inside the country is that we have to think, how can we eliminate the regime repressive forces in the street? And the only thing that comes to my mind is targeting them through drones. I think that once Iranian people feel that they will not be massacred, they will take the risk to go back to the streets. So we have to equalize the battlefield. Right now, I think many Iranians think that the regime dominates the streets. They still have the upper hand, but we just have to equalize the battlefield and going after the regime thugs in the streets. Most of them are in the street. They're not stationed at their headquarters anymore.
Right. Speaking of targeting the leadership of Iran, I have to ask you what you make of the situation, the condition of Mujtaba Khamenei, who still has not shown his face or be public. I want to tell you, I had a guest earlier who suggested seriously that he may be dead, and the leadership nominated him in the theory that you can't kill somebody that's already dead.
Yeah, to be honest with you, the only video that we have seen of Mujtaba Khamenei is a 20 seconds video after the June war between Iran and Israel, him saying that he has shut down his classes for his students. That's the only thing that we have heard so far from him. But yeah, we don't know. We have no proof that he is alive. And a lot of people think that IRGC is controlling Iran, and they're trying to have him as the front face of the regime. But I have no answer for that. I don't know whether he's still alive or not. But what we know is that he is even more of a hardliner than his father. He has been behind many campaigns of repressions against Iranian people. He was very involved in manipulating elections, even the regime's internal election. 20 years ago, it was the first time that actually in 2009, Mehdi Karabi, one of the candidates in the election in 2009 during the Green Movement, sent a letter to Khamenei saying that his son, Mojtaba, interfered in the election and cheated on election to elect Mahmoud Ahmadinejad. So Iranians don't have a good memory of Mojtaba. He has been hated among Iranians. And as soon as it was announced that he's the next leader, many Iranians chanted through their, rooftops against Mojtaba Khamenei.
Right. Let's talk about potential replacements for the regime, because, there have been some voices, even President Trump, who have talked even about finding some figure within the current regime, or I guess in the current, not in the regime, but maybe you would say in the current security establishment that would take over, what some people are calling the Venezuela model. Others have put forward the Shah's son, Reza Pahlavi, as an alternative. I had a guest earlier who suggested Pahlavi has not done enough in order to create some kind of opposition abroad. Maybe you should form a government in exile at this point or something like that. I want to get your feeling on really realistically, now that we've been through 12 days of war, the chances for an alternative government there, what something like that might look like.
Israel is sending all the right messages, and President Trump and United States is sending all the wrong messages. Yesterday, Prime Minister Netanyahu gave a fantastic speech, actually addressing Iranian people's concerns. He said that we respect your territorial integrity. We know that you don't want a Venezuela model, for Iran. He didn't specifically mention Venezuela model, but he said that you don't want to replace, Khamenei with another person within the regime. And he also said that be prepared. We are going to create an opportunity for you to take back the country. But what we are, hearing from President Trump is that he's going to end the war soon. He's looking for a Venezuela model. That's very actually hurtful for the next phase of war, which will be Iranian people taking back to the streets. I think that Israel, has to engage in diplomacy with the United States to stop President Trump from, sending these conflicting messages, because the kind of messages that President Trump is sending to the regime in Iran is that if you wait out, if you hold on, you can survive us, so you can survive this war. So that's not a good message. Also, for Iranian people who are supposed to go back to the streets, that's not a reassuring message. He's saying that, we're not looking to end the regime, so there's no need for you to go back to the street. So that's a very harmful message that we are seeing from President Trump. But in terms of what Iranian wants, there's no question that Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi is the most popular figure inside Iran and outside Iran for the Iranian people. He has proven himself, last month in January, 2 months ago, he called on protesters to go back to the street. On January 8 and 9, we saw the largest protests in the history of Iran. So there is no question that he's the most loved person in Iran. But at the end of the day, for him to take over, I know that he's very close to Israel. I mean, there's some cooperation going on between the two. We also saw that today, Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi issued a very similar message, similar to Prime Minister Netanyahu, that you should be, soon be prepared to go back to the street. But at the end of the day, I think that United States and Israel should, communicate with one another to send a unified message to Iranian people, because Iranians at this point, they don't know who should they believe. Trump is saying that, we're going to end the war soon, and Israelis are saying that there's no time limit for us. Iranians love what Israel is saying, because they're concerned that once the regime survives the war, they're going to, shift their focus on Iranian people and take, their revenge on them.
Right. I just want to get your view. There has been some discussion, debate, whether the U.S. and Israel should target Iran's oil and gas facilities and other potential civilian infrastructure. There's an argument they don't want to harm the civilian population, even though, of course, that would increase the economic pressure significantly on the regime. I want to get your feeling on that.
We have to see what is our goal. I think that instead of targeting Iran's oil refineries at this point, we should focus on decapitation of Iranian top regime officials. I think that would hurt them more. The alternative for targeting oil refineries is that U.S. and Israel can take over Iran Khark Island, which Iran uses to export 91% of its oil. Many Iranians think that, once the regime is gone, they're going to rely on oil to rebuild their countries. So they're not necessarily a big fan of that. But as I said, I feel like Israel and United States should pursue alternative ways to weaken the regime and potentially take over Iran's Khark Island. Because in that way, once the regime is gone, Iranian people will rely on oil revenues and gas revenues to rebuild their country.
Right. Yeah, there has been discussion about taking over the Hawk Island. I don't know how practical that may be. We'll have to see as the war develops. Navid Mohabi, thank you for joining us and sharing with us what the people in Iran must be thinking about and going through at this time.
Thank you.
Well, for more, we are joined now by Reserves IDF Major Alexander Greenberg. He is an expert on Iran at the JISS. And from Washington, D.C., from the U.S., I should say, we have Ron Campius. He is the former bureau chief at the Jewish Telegraphic Agency in Washington, D.C., now writing on Substack. Ron, I do want to get your reaction. Something we've been discussing in the show, these latest comments by President Trump, basically saying the war could be over soon. Every target that's been hit is basically been hit. This was in a telephone interview with a telephone interview, so we don't have any footage on that. Does it sound like to you President Trump is laying the groundwork for shorts in sometime in the near future, basically declaring that the U.S. has achieved its aims and ending the operation against Iran?
Yeah, I think that Trump is concerned because the successes of the war, the decapitation of the Iranian leadership, have not led to popular support for the war. It remains unpopular here. He's facing very big headwinds ahead of the midterm elections in November. He said that he's not going to be able to function without with a Democratic Congress. So I do think that he wants to do this quickly and take the victories he has and run with them.
All right, I'm sorry. We are having some audio difficulties with Ron. We'll see if we could straighten them out. So I'm going to go to Alexander Greenberg. Alex, I want to ask you again, follow up on that question. Earlier, we heard the defense minister, Israel Katz, basically saying this war has no time limit. President Trump sounding something very, very distinctly different in his most recent comments. But Israel, to some degree, has achieved the aims that it set out to make, didn't it? I mean, Israel's not promised regime change. It's been more I'm sorry, can you hear me?
I hear several broadcasts. Now, yes. Okay.
Okay, I repeat, I want to get your response. President Trump, just in the last couple of hours, reported as saying the war may soon be over. Most of the aims have been achieved. Israel, of course, has achieved a lot of the aims it set out in the war. If the war should end in the next couple of days, certainly with the military and nuclear facilities of Iran degraded, but falling short of, for example, regime change or a change in attitude of regime, would this be a win for Israel?
Yes, it will be a win for Israel because regime change is beyond the scope of Israel's achievable goals. And the regime change is finally at the hands of the Iranian people themselves. And for the moment, I see, for example, that Pahlavi issues demands to the Iranians not to take to the streets and keep themselves safe. And in general, I wouldn't refer too much to this or another statement by President Trump because the war may end, but it may not. I don't attribute too much importance to these or other sayings.
Right. Ron, I do want to go back to you and see if you could finish your point there. You heard Ron Campius, you heard Major Greenberg say that we can't attach importance necessarily to President Trump's comments at the moment. But as you mentioned, there are political headwinds against them. How much he does still have the support of his party, though. How much more longer do you think he'll be able to count on that to continue this operation? Ron Campius. Okay, we are having audio problems. Let me go back to Major Greenberg. Major Greenberg, can you hear me? Can you hear Major Greenberg? Can you hear me?
Let them turn off their cameras.
I'm sorry. We're having some audio problems, sir. Can you hear me?
Yes, now I hear you. Yes, did you hear what I have just said?
No, I didn't. So please, now could you repeat it?
So I say that from Israel's point of view, most goals are achieved. It remains to see how much time it will take to destroy all the missile launchers. As to the future of Iran, regime change, etc., it depends on the will and determination of the Iranian people themselves. And of course, much depends on what America is going to do further, but it lies beyond the scope of Israel's goals, because Israel is too small. And also, I think I have a caveat. I don't like most analysis published in both legacy media and in Israel, because by and large, they rely on a strawman argument without proving anything. For example, when someone says no regime change has ever been achieved without boots on the ground, it means only one thing. We're talking about a shortage of a historical precedent, but it is not a law of physics. It also depends how do we interpret regime change, boots on the ground. For example, are Delta forces on the ground, boots on the ground or not? What is considered to be the regime collapse, regime change? All these notions are always prone to various interpretations, and they are never mathematical constants, as some people have invested interest in an already set up goal to portray it. It's way more complicated, and of course, for example, I see now that in Persian, speaking with Persian, this is what makes of me an expert of Iran, not my military rank. One can see Reza Pahlavi issuing orders or like demands in Persian, addressing the people of Iran and asking them not to take to the streets out of the concerns for their safety. It is what allows me to suppose that Pahlavi is acting in the tightest coordination with the U.S. administration and also Israel, because both President Trump and also IDF press service in Persian issued warnings to the Iranians not to gather to the street, because you're bombed. It's very difficult. What concerns Mojtaba Khomeini, by the way, I saw many jokes in Persian treating him as Mushtaba. Mush is mouse in Persian, so it's like a twist. And he probably doesn't know whether he's dead or not, because I read, you mentioned, I think, if I'm not wrong, a New York Times report.
Correct.
But I see here is another thing is in Persian that probably he's hospitalized at Sina Hospital, and he's not functioning because Pezeshkian is probably also aware of Mojtaba's situation, and the entrance to this hospital is is held in secret, they turned on the mic again. And that's okay. So this is, I think it's very probable what they write, because of the following reason. I think that in another report in English, they wrote that an Iranian news agency called Mojtaba Janbaz Ramazan. Janbaz is a title for wounded soldiers, okay? No other agency corrected this title, and I just wonder, okay, I am being ex-Soviet national, I have some automatic instincts, but still it seems highly illogical that after his crowning, anointation, election, whatever, he's a rahbar. We have seen no picture, footage, something. Suppose he's wounded in his leg. I think it's great to show him, like, despite of his being wounded, he's appears, he's a hero, like Hamas members did. And Khamenei, the dad, could not move his hand because he was severely wounded 18 years ago. So probably the only plausible reason, it is my speculation, for not showing Mojtaba is that he is not functioning. Either way, no matter what happens, the regime lost capacity to run the country efficiently because it's mafia networks.
Right. Well, I want to try to go back. Interesting that they would appoint a leader who is not functioning. That would, I don't know how many historical precedents there are for that. I do want to go try and see if I can go to Ron Campius. And Ron, finish your point. As Major Greenberg said, you can't take everything President Trump says at face value. But how strong are the political winds against him now for continuing the war, certainly beyond the point of, say, after this week, especially with the jump we see in oil prices and gasoline prices now?
Yeah, I think the headwinds are very strong. You're seeing, tremendous support for Democrats in special elections and polling. Amazingly, the seat that Marjorie Taylor Greene left at the beginning of this year in Georgia because she disagreed with Trump on war policy is now headed to a face-off between a special election, another special election between the Republican and the Democratic candidate. For a Democrat to make that much headway in rural Georgia is quite amazing, and a lot of what's spurring this, I think, is disaffection over the war. So he's a savvy political strategist. He knows how much this could hurt him. I think he thought going in that the victories that, to its credit, the U.S. military has achieved, joining with Israel, would mitigate some of the opposition that he's facing in the States, but that is just not happening. And he might just want to declare a victory and cut out.
And do you think is there enough achievable for him to have declare a victory and somehow emerge from this as plausibly as a win for the American public? So maybe not for the Iranian public, but for the American public.
I think that remains to be seen. It depends on how, to what degree Iran's regime regroups after all this is over. If it is over, if it comes to light, there's been mixed messages on, for instance, the nuclear question. Does Iran, is its nuclear capacity actually destroyed, or is it, or was Iran, as Steve Witkoff has suggested, on the verge of getting a weapon? If there's intelligence, if there's reporting after this is over that Iran is once again inching towards or even striding towards a nuclear weapon, that's going to be a negative for Trump. Also the human factor. What are the repercussions of the bombing of the girls' school and I think 155 lives that were taken there? What are the repercussions of the bombing of oil? Israel's bombing of oil facilities, which apparently the Trump administration opposed. What does that mean for the price of oil? What does that mean? Now there's a report on ABC that that it could have long-term environmental consequences for a city of 10 million people, Tehran. What does that mean? How does that play out? Those things might mitigate any political benefit he might have accrued from the victories in this war.
Right. I want to go back to Alex and pick up on a comment that you made. You implied that the possibility of some kind of military action, you mentioned Delta Force, U.S. military action, that would not be an occupation. It would not be boots on the ground in terms of similar to what we saw in Iraq and Afghanistan, which President Trump has ruled out. But there are some people speculating, as another guest did, that, for example, the U.S. may try to seize this Hauk Island, where the oil refinery facilities and storage facilities are of Iran, maybe even a commando strike in Tehran itself. How likely do you actually see that happening, given the political situation that our guest from Washington there has described?
Well, I don't think political situation in America impacts the course of action of U.S. Special Forces or Israeli Special Forces, because it's about point chirurgical operations. Special forces exist for special missions to carry out a very specific job that normal soldiers can never do that. For example, one of the missions of Green Berets, as the Delta Force, is helping clandestine movements. For example, they could help organizing people, teaching them, instructing them, and arming them. It can be done through the Iranian province of Kurdistan, not in the sense that the Kurds will invade Tehran and reverse the Iranian regime. No, but the Iranian Kurdistan is the only place where you have already at least 5 clandestine movements with combat experience and who are secular. And it is very comfortable to work with them, and it can serve as a springboard for further operations, because you cannot kill all these thugs without arms, without weapons. But you cannot either give a Kalashnikov to the people who don't know even how to hold a Kalashnikov in their hand. It's not done. So this may be the task, and judging by what I see in Persian, just reports from the ground, it's clearly both America and US have a clear plan. And again, I would like to repeat and to emphasize to all the legacy media journalists like Ron Bergman and all other. No, I have no qualms to fight this intellectual dishonesty. The people in America, but in America, okay, because America still lives in the mire of the Vietnam quagmire. So when strategy is evoked, we mean exit strategy. But exit strategy, you have it when you cope with an undesirable war that no one understands why we're doing that. So we think about of exit strategy, but it's not usually the way wars are waged. And America, not only Israel, has a skin in the game, which has never existed in all other wars, driven by Wilsonian motives, like bring democracy to Iraq and Afghanistan. Here's the interest of the United States of America is clear. So it is consequently all other actions are unfolding differently, and no one should refer to strategy, to a military strategy, we're talking about military strategy, as to a business plan or work plan. No, military strategy is never a business plan or work plan. No, it doesn't work this way. And regarding the oil, I think several precisions must be done. What Israel bombed is not oil refineries. It is not about Iranian oil installations if we're talking about sites of oil output. It's not about that, because that would not damage at all the regime. It serves to nothing to hit Iranian oil installations. What was bombed is oil depot, oil stocks, or more correctly, fuel stocks of the regime. It's a stock of like a depot of oil products that the regime uses for its proper needs. It may lead to a jump of oil prices in Iran, but it has nothing to do with the conjuncture of the oil markets and the oil prices fluctuations, because these fluctuations and this situation in the oil market is caused by the Iranian shelling of Arab Gulf countries' oil installations, or also insurance of
Alex, I want to give Ron a chance, in a sense, to respond, because you are making an argument that perhaps the media is putting a little too much focus on, say, shorter-term political considerations for President Trump, who Ron has in the past, and certainly even in this war, has shown he's willing to buck the conventional wisdom, even of us pundits in the media as well. Your response? I'm sorry, Ryan, you have to unmute. Yeah.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I thought I was. You're hearing? Okay, good. I don't think Trump cares about what the what the so-called blob says, the foreign policy community. He has, in so many ways, he has bucked conventional wisdom. He has his small coterie of advisors, which include Steve Witkoff, whom I mentioned, and his son-in-law, Jared Kushner. He is, he believes in breaking things to build things. That's who he is. That's who he was as a real estate mogul, and that's who he is now as president. I'm not sure. I don't think that that's his problem. I do think that political power is preeminent, and correctly so. It's not cynical to say so. He really, when he tells fellow Republicans, that he won't be able to function with a Democratic Congress, he's probably correct. I mean, impeachment proceedings, as soon as Democrats regain Congress, are likely to start immediately, and he understands how crippling that would be for him to advance his foreign policy. He has, I'm not sure he personally, but certainly the people around him, including Pete Hegseth, have a very different idea of how to advance American influence throughout the world, and it is through force. It is through demonstration of power, and we're seeing that in Iran.
We'll have to leave it at that. That's a good point to end on. Ron Campius, Alexander Greenberg from the GISS, thank you for joining us. And thank you to our viewers for joining us on this special edition of ILTV Security Brief. And stay tuned for ILTV. Follow our channels, keep up with us on social media platforms, and stay informed. There's the QR code there on your screen. I'm Khaled Ben David, and thank you for watching. And for our viewers in Israel, stay safe, stay near a shelter.
Thank you for joining this special edition of the True East podcast. Today, we are now almost a week into the war, Lion's War or Epic Fury, depending on which continent you're located, with a combined U.S.-Israel airstrike against the Iranian National Guard, the Iranian regime, their nuclear program, their ballistic missile program, and the regime that has sought and wrought terror throughout the world. Today, we are at a turning point in this conflict, with more than 5,000 targets having been hit. The Iranian regime weakened. The leader, Ayatollah Khamenei, having been eliminated. Now there's a question what direction this is going to go. There are different options on the table, and one of those options is what I wanted to explore today, which is known as the Kurdish Factor. According to reports yesterday, which are unconfirmed, there are Kurdish forces that are massing along the Iraqi border that are willing to take a strategic move and enter into this mix. This could be the game changer, because as of now, there are no Israelis or US boots on the ground. To explore and unpack what the Kurdish Factor could mean, Could it change this war? What is the history behind this conflict, and who are the Kurds? I am happy to welcome our returning guest, Dr. Harold Rode. Dr. Rode was a Pentagon employee in charge of many of the issues in Iran, Turkey, and other places throughout the Middle East for decades. There are few people on the globe who are more connected and more knowledgeable than Harold. Harold, thank you for joining.
Nice to be here, Dawn. Nice to see you.
You too, my friend. And you are located in the Middle East right now, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Well, it's good to have you with us, Harold, especially with our viewers and our audience at this auspicious time, a time when it seems that everything is going well from the sky, but questions are beginning to arise. What is it going to take to make real change on the ground? And I wanted to explore with you, first of all, the Kurdish factor, which I think is something that a lot of people woke up to yesterday with the original post that was made by Jennifer Griffin for Fox News that was perhaps walked back, that it looked like Kurdish forces were actually entering into this foray. Before we go back and unpack what are the Kurdish forces, can you give us an insight on what is happening right now on that border, according to your sources?
Well, I have a friend who's, let's say, sort of high up he's an Iranian Kurd, a Shiite, that's important, who is along this border right now, and we're in touch an awful lot. And as a source, if you wish, he has been very credible in the past, and I have no reason to doubt that he is today, because he knows how to criticize himself and the Kurds, which is a rare thing in the Middle East. Everybody else is guilty, but not you and not your people. Anyway, what he says is, yes, there are forces on the border there, but they have not gone into Iran yet. And he said the reports that there is a lot of buildup of weaponry on the Iranian side, he said, we're not there yet. He said, God willing, we will be. So the reason I'm saying this is because we are hearing all sorts of conflicting reports, and we don't know what is true. And this particular guy is somebody that again, has a track record for many, many years. And he would like to be inside. His family is still there that he hasn't seen in many, many years. He'd like to be there, but we're not there yet.
So I want to, since so much news was coming out, Harold, and I believe you've studied and spent time with the Kurds for years. If you can just elaborate a little bit on that, and I'd like you to take us into who are the Kurds and what is their skin in the game here. I think that it's a name we hear in reference to many things, but I think there's really a lack of understanding who they are. So could you break us down a little bit? Who are these people? Where did they come from? Are they Shiites and Sunnis? What language do they speak?
Okay, first and foremost, the Kurds have been living in the area where they are now for 2,000 years, maybe more. It's hard to know these things. It's hard to know. We're looking for like historical documents which prove things. There's really very little. They are what is called an Iranian people, meaning that their language is related to Persian, and some call it Farsi in Iran, but they are not Persians. They are their own ethnic group. Where are they located? In northwestern Iran, all throughout Turkey. The traditional heartland in Turkey is southeast Turkey. There may be 40, 50 million Kurds in the world. The question is, what is the definition of a Kurd? And you have to use the Middle Eastern definition. If your father is a Kurd, you are. It doesn't matter whether you even know Kurdish. I have a friend in Istanbul, which frankly, Istanbul, the largest city in Turkey, is also the largest Kurdish city in the world. And that's way over in the West. These are migrants with time who came from Eastern Turkey, which is where especially Southeast Turkey, which is their original homeland within what is today Turkey. But they all are, so these are the, shall we say, the Kurds of Turkey. According to the Interior Ministry of Turkey, this Erdogan, the dictator of Turkey, says that by the year 2038, they will be equal number of Kurds and Turks, and Kurds and Turks. But the truth is that
he says that as a threat, correct? I mean, almost like a warning to his people. He's afraid of the Kurds.
Oh, he is, yes.
Why, Harold, what if these people are 2,000 years old? I mean, that goes back before Islam.
It goes back before the Turks were even in the area. The Kurds are there before anybody.
So why do these 40 million people, just going back for 1 second, why do they not have their own land anymore? And what is the connection to Kurdistan?
Well, the reason they don't have their own homeland really goes back to World War I. All these territories were within, with the exception of Iranian Kurdistan, all of these territories were in what was then called the Ottoman Empire. Its successor state is Turkey. They're all based, they were at that time almost all within one area. Today, they're all over. And
right, they are in, just to talk about kind of like what's referred to as the Kurdish Triangle. To the north, it's Turkey. To the southwest, it is Iraq, and the southeast is Iran, correct? There's like a triangle in which they occupy that area.
Southeast Turkey, you cross the border southward, you are in Iraq. That whole area basically is Kurdish. There are other ethnicities in the area, and some are called Turks, some are called Turkoman. It's very hard to know the differences between all these people. The question is, how do they identify? Again, it goes back to who your father was. I know people who are already 3, 4, 5 generations in Istanbul who don't even know kitchen Turkish. They can't even talk about they can't count in Turkish, but they are 100% Turkish. Excuse me, Kurdish from their point of view, even though they live and they write whatever they do and they know what's going on in their ancient part of the country. They have this love and feel that we should all be in one state. And that includes Southeast Turkey, the traditional homeland in Turkey. You cross the border to the east, that's Iranian Kurdistan. And then you go south and you have 2 areas, northeastern Syria and northern Iraq. The borders of today's countries are the result of World War I agreements at the end of World War I, which is the 1920, 21, 22. And people were talking back then that they should have their own country. But it didn't work out that way because it was local fights between everybody, which is why we have the borders we have today in 2026. It's just the way it is.
Right. The Kurds were kind of, they were given the wrong stack of cards, so they didn't know how to play their cards well enough, and therefore they're dispersed. We hear this a lot. Okay, bring us now, or just give us an insight into.
Here's the important thing. They have no access to the sea, to the outside world. And that is why they're all divided between these countries. Do they feel that they're the same identity? They all of these people, Kurd, it's Kurd. They all see themselves as Kurds, but there are some, most of whom are Sunni, a minority of whom, a smaller minority, is Shiite. And I must tell you that I know people on all sides of this conflict. A lot of the Shiite Kurds, and they're mostly in Iran, but some are in Iraq. Their Shiite identity is much stronger than their Kurdish identity. They speak a bunch of what are called dialects, and some are mutually intelligible, some are not mutually. So some Kurds can understand what they call Kurdish, and they're speaking to another Kurd, and they cannot communicate. Most can. the dialects, and most of them know how to go back and forth in the two major dialects. It's a very, unfortunately for the Western ear, it doesn't make much sense, but it makes sense to them. And they feel they're Kurds, and that's what matters.
So when we're talking, first of all, I just want to draw this towards the Israel-Kurdish communication and alliance. It's no great secret that Israel and the Kurds have shared a lot of background. Much of it was underneath the radar, both militarily and in terms of agreements. Can you talk a little bit about that and what section of the Kurds we're talking about? What are the ones that Israel is more aligned with?
What is interesting is when you talk with Jews from the Arab world who immigrated here in the early 50s, they have problems with the Arabs. They've had problems with the Christians. I'm talking about the people in the Kurdish areas, but they did extremely well, and they were very close with the Kurdish Sunnis. And that is the major group in northern Iraq. And during the 50s, there were times when Kurdish leaders from Iraq came to Israel, and let's say the Jews of Kurdistan, it was made sure that they talked with the Jews, and the Jews talked with the Kurdish leaders.
Keep going. This is, of course, a warning that they're incoming missiles from Iran, but until we get the actual call out, let's just keep going. This is part of our life now. Here you have it. In the next few minutes, alerts are expected in your area. Just for our viewers, this is what people get here in Israel about every few hours. You need to be somewhat near a shelter. Okay, so let's
gotten that warning yet, and I'm in Jerusalem.
So I guess I'm lucky over here. So Harold, so there was a natural alliance. I appreciate you clarifying that amongst Jews who came from northern Iraq and the Kurds that they were in touch with, and they brought those alliances into Israel, and that kind of made for this almost organic type of relationship. What kind of help can you speak about, and that have Israel or joint operations have Israel and the Kurds done? Can you go into any of that?
Sure. In history, when the Shah, the last ruler, royal ruler of Iran, was alive, there was the Shah and Israel were helping the Kurds in northern Iraq. So the Shah was across the border to the west, where again the Kurds were. There were Israelis there helping the Kurds, basically with military things, teaching them how to do things. The relationship, it's very interesting because there is a very strong divide in the Middle East. It is the religious identity, which is paramount. But in the one instance among the Muslims where the Kurdish identity sort of supersedes the Islamic identity, it's with the Kurds. Let me just give you an interesting story.
Yeah, why is that? That's so fascinating. Why is the Kurdish-Israel relationship, why does it supersede the normal religious divide?
I've asked this question over and over again for many, many years to Kurds. I can't get a real answer. All I can get for sure is that you guys, the Jews, were a minority, and you know what it's like. They were trying to make you into Muslims. For us, they did everything they could, the Turks, the Kurds, and the Arabs, to suppress our Kurdish identity and turn us into Turkify us, Persianify us, or Arabicize us. And I know many, many Kurds throughout the Middle East who have been Arabicized and it's been done by force. They did it in Iraq. They did it in Syria. They definitely did it big time in Turkey. And they figured if they can linguistically make you let's just take Turkey as an example. You make them, they don't speak Kurdish today. But you're on your, well, that is very, very similar. To give you a sense of the bond between the Israelis and the Kurds, during about 6-7 years ago, one of the many elections when Netanyahu had to rerun for prime minister, what happened was a crew came from Iraqi Kurdistan to cover the elections. I was running around with them all over the place. We went in Jerusalem to the market, the Machane Yehuda, the souk in Arabic, whatever. And there is a place which is called the Iraqi market. And there is a place where all these old Kurds would sit and talk. I brought the crew, this film crew, and a friend of yours and mine, to that market, and the old Kurds and the Jews, the old men, and the Jews, old man from Kurdistan, they were so happy to meet each other. They spoke, let's call it Kurdish, and then they began to sing together Kurdish nationalist songs, and both sides were in tears, meaning the Jews and the Kurds. That's the connection.
It's an incredible relationship that you're displaying. I just want to make sure for your own safety, I have notification that there are launches towards Jerusalem. Have you not been ordered into your safe room, Harold? I don't want you to.
I have to go to my safe room.
You're ordered. Okay, I'm going to continue some of this interview by myself. As you can see, we're living in conditions. I just felt a major vibration here, although I was not ordered into my safe room. I can hear the interceptions taking place over my head on their way to Jerusalem, which is where Harold is located. What I do want to say is that there have been a lot of reports that the CIA has been encouraging the Kurdish, what are called the Kurdish rebels, to enter into the foray. And a lot of the reason behind this is that, as I mentioned, a lot of the resistance inside of Iran, as we're going to unpack with Harold, including what are called the Azeris. The Azeris are people from Azerbaijan. Harold will go into detail on this. In fact, they make up perhaps the majority of Iranians. They are also antagonistic towards the regime. The difference is whether the Azeris are armed or not is not known. We'll talk about that with Harold. However, the Kurds are armed. They have been amassing weapons for years. And much of the idea of the importance of them entering this foray and why this could actually be a tipping point is that if the Kurds enter into Iran from the western side of Iraq or from the northern western side from Turkey, this would divert the forces of the Iranian National Guard to deal with the Kurdish incursion, and in fact they are armed, and provide more of an opportunity for the general population in the major cities such as Tehran to face less opposition and perhaps move towards toppling the regime. This is part of the theory. Again, I just want to talk about what's been in the news. This is not verified as a simple source, but there's a lot of it out there. We know for years, without a question, the CIA, the Mossad, many security agencies throughout the world have been working with the Kurds. As we mentioned, as Harold mentioned, they're almost like a normal group of people that are living in an area surrounded by major dictatorships, such as Erdogan in Turkey to the north, such as the Iranian, the former Ali Khamenei, now eliminated, and the Iranian regime, oppressive regime, to the southeast, and then Iraq, which right now is kind of up in the air, which is why we don't hear a whole lot about Iraq. And therefore, for all these security agencies, the Kurdish people have been a people that have been an active way to gain intelligence, to carry out certain operations, and almost waiting for a day like this, when one of these regimes, such as the Iranian regime, is teetering. The Kurds, which are armed, and Harold will give us more of an insight into why they want to risk their lives in order to possibly take a stance against this regime, they could become one of the determining factors in the war that we are seeing. Understanding the Kurds, we look at Iran as a single entity. Well, the truth is Iran is made up of dozens and dozens of ethnic groups. The Persian element in Iran is not the largest element in Iran. You have the Persians, you have the Azeris, you have the Kurds, you have the Turks. You have so many different entities. If we really want to understand what's taking place inside Iran, we cannot look at this like a single cake. We have to look at it inside of the ingredients that are inside of there and understand that there are dozens of minorities in Iran. And the key to understanding what it might be to topple this regime is understanding what these ingredients are, what these different types of people are, what are their motivations. And if we understand that, then perhaps leverage can be done. Great, Harold, you're back. You're safe. You're in one piece. Thank you for joining us again.
It looks that way.
It does look that way. So, Harold, we were just talking here, me and the audience, and I want to understand from you. We were talking a bit about the CIA reports. How the CIA and different intelligence communities for years was interacting with the Kurds. Why? I want to ask you a clear question. Why would the Kurds risk their lives in order to potentially join right now the actions against the Iranian regime? Why is that? Why are they willing to do that?
The Kurds are, in this case, like the Jews. They were dogged when they take on a mission. They want to have their own homeland, their own country, just like the Jews. Whatever happened, the Jews didn't give up here. They made it happen. There's something very similar to the Kurds have. They're originally mostly from the mountains. In the Middle East, the minorities go to the mountains because it's very hard. It was in the past for the majority Sunni Arabs, Turks, or Iranians or Persians to
That's
to
why
get
Al
to them.
Qaeda.
That
Al
way
Qaeda was in the mountains as well for the same reason.
I can tell you the word assassin in English comes from hashishiyun, those who smoked hashish when were up in the mountains, and they're the enemies of the people down in civilization, not in the they, shall we say, instructed them in the glories of what paradise awaits you if you go down and kill the people we want you to kill. And they were initiated with hashish, and then they found out what paradise would be for them. And imagine young teenage guys, a little older, who all of a sudden are experiencing something that their society did not allow them to experience.
Harold, the Kurds have females in their military, and they are a Muslim military?
Yes. Now, here's the thing. Number one, they're tough as could be. The women are as tough as could be in the mountains there. Being a minority and living in the mountains, you have to be a very tough person. Now, why the women here? There is a thought among the in Islam that if you kill a woman, like a military person, you don't get paradise. Do not get paradise. And we understand what paradise is. By the way, there is no paradise in Islam for women. They're still serving men. That's a general thought.
I just want to clarify this. In Islamic thought, if there is an idea that if you kill a female in war,
a female soldier,
there is no paradise.
Yes.
And how does this play into the idea that the Kurds have women in their military?
They're rugged people. They are rugged people, and historically that has been the case. When you are a minority and you are in this majority society that hates you, you do all sorts of amazing things to survive. That's what we Jews have done historically. The Kurds do the same. And at times, you need everybody you can out in the field. Listen, that's the reason why the Israeli military in the very beginning, the Jewish military, had women in it, because there was a limited amount of men and you needed all hands on deck.
Right. And also, in Judaism, there is a phrase which comes directly from our sources, which says, Chatan michadro v'kala michupata, which is in a time of war, you take the groom from his room and the bride from underneath her chuppah, her wedding ceremony, and you whisk them both off to the army in order to fight a war. That is a kind of an integral part of Jewish law. What we just heard from Harold, which is fascinating, and he's off right now. There's missiles that are being shot. And so I'm assuming Harold just logged out. He's back on again. Harold, I want, if the Kurds decide to enter into this military action being carried out by the United States and Israel, where would they be entering Iran from?
What is in Iran, northwestern Iran, not at the very top of northwestern Iran, but right below it. The cities aren't known. Sanandach, I could give you the names. I've been in these places. Saqiz, they're names which are not known, but one area back, the borderline is purely political by outsiders enforced on them.
Is it conceivable to say that if the Kurds enter the current war in Iran being waged by the US and Israel, the IRGC could be facing columns of Kurdish troops led by women?
There could be women units. I don't know the details there, but it could be anything. With the Kurds, they will do what is necessary to make things work. It is by and large from the people and the names that I know there, men, but it's in Syria, and it's completely, totally accepted as normal where you have these women's units.
I want you to talk to us a little bit about, we see that in Iran itself, many of the protesters don't seem to be armed, and they're just kind of, gunned down at will by the regime. Are the Kurds, if I understand correctly, are armed? How did that come to be?
Inside Iran, I can't answer you, but in northern Iraq, right across the border, and there is a lot of contact across the border, they have weapons. And so it stands to reason, because the borders don't matter when it comes to people-to-people contact. When we think of a border, you need a passport. Hey, what's a passport? It's a Western idea. I could tell you stories from Iran when I was escaping Iran to Afghanistan. This is back in the mid stages of the Iranian Revolution, where the Afghans, when we got to the border, the Afghans who were on the bus got off the bus way before we went to the formal border formalities, and then we crossed, and then another bus took us, and all of a sudden we stopped, and the same Afghans who were in Iran got on the bus. They had no passports, they had no documents. We in the West think that the world works in a certain way, and it doesn't in this part of the world.
Harold, do you think the Kurds are going to join the U.S.-Israel alliance against the Iranian regime?
Once Israel and America soften up the forces that could go against the Kurds, the answer is yes. One of these forces, right now, both the Americans and the Israelis have basically gone to the centers where the Islamic IRGC, the Republican Guards, that's the military in Iran which backs the regime, that when these centers are softened up, what is happening is they're destroying them, where the police centers and all that. What is happening all throughout Iran right now, and also in Kurdistan, is the IRGC, the thugs of the regime, they are going now into schools. And there is a hesitation by the Americans and the Israelis of attacking schools. No one's going to school now. The schools are closed. But imagine what it would look like on TV. And both America and Israel care about that. The Middle Easterners couldn't give one damn. And they'll use
the IRGC right now are hiding inside of schools, hoping that the optics of the U.S. or Israel striking a school will save them?
Absolutely. And that is the hesitancy of doing it.
And are there children in these schools?
No, they're not. Schools are closed.
So, Harold, I want to understand. If there's no children in the schools and they're hiding inside schools, then we could bomb the schools, kill the IRGC, and we would not be bombing children?
Absolutely. But that's not how it's going to be portrayed in the woke, Western media. The Americans and the Israelis are bombing schools.
So it's either the optics, it's either an optic issue or we take out the IRGC.
It's an optic issue, and they know very well, the Iranian regime and people and other fanatic Muslims in the Middle East, they know how to use that and use the issue. And that's the hesitancy of the Americans and the Israelis here. But the what's the word in English? Nechishut. Determination of the both Trump and Netanyahu from their public stands, and I have no reason to doubt what they're saying is they're resolute. They're simply trying to make it so hard for the regime to survive. And then I cannot tell you the moment, if this continues as it is, because the Americans and Israelis are not letting up. And I know this from people who are connected inside of Iran right now. And eventually, when the Iranians, they always have their finger in the air to try to figure out where the wind is coming from, because they go towards where power is. And if the Iranians all over the country, including Kurdistan, if they sense that they can get away with it, they will arise with whatever weapons they have. They'll go out into the streets. They will have no problem sending the forces to paradise, if you wish. And that's when things will, shall we say, that's when there will be, I think, a regime change. But
the threshold, I want to ask this. Wait, hold on, Harold. The threshold for the Kurds and other opposition groups to the regime entering is going to be whether they see this incredible alliance between Prime Minister Netanyahu and President Trump staying strong and focused on the goal of overthrowing the regime. If they think it is actually committed to toppling or destroying the IRGC, then these groups will rise up. If